Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Alan Steinfeld, along with.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Tara, and welcome to the very first UAPCon. UApedia.ai is our sponsor for today, and UApedia is much more than a website. It's a foundational grassroots effort to build a stable scaffolding of facts in a landscape that has for decades been defined by shadows and whispers. It's building the what, the essential community verified library of facts about our strange new reality. And here today at UAPCon, we take the next critical step forward. We move from the what to the what next. This is not a conference for those who see the phenomena merely as a technological mystery. This is a gathering for those who recognize that we are standing on a threshold. We are here because we understand that the presence of a non-human intelligence is not a headline. It's a fault line running directly through the bedrock of human identity. We are here to explore the seismic shifts this triggers within our consciousness, our cultures, and the very definition of what it means to be human. Over the next few hours, we'll turn our collective focus inward to the deeper questions. How do we confront the shattering of our reality, what the late, great Dr. John Mack termed ontological shock, without succumbing to fear, but with the courage and grace needed to architect a new world? How do we take the shattered fragments of our old story, our science, our religions, our sense of self, and consciously construct a truer understanding of our cosmic reality? And importantly, who are we deciding to become in the presence of this revelation? To guide us through these questions, we've gathered a remarkable group of thought leaders. Our summit today begins with Jeffrey Nusatelli, a former Air Force military police officer who courageously stepped forward to testify before the United States Congress, detailing his own UAP encounters while serving and demanding transparency on behalf of the American people. From there, our day will unfold in three distinct movements. First, we'll deconstruct the nature of reality itself with Dr. Riz Verk on simulation theory, Paul Hynek on the outer limits of perception, and Harvard-trained neuroscientist Dr. Daniel Bronco mapping the inner landscape of consciousness. After challenging our constructions of reality, we'll turn to the inevitable human consequence, the search for new meaning and deeper purpose. We'll hear directly from the iconic voice of experiencer Whitley Strieber and sit with profound scholars like Dr. Jeffrey Kripal and Dr. Kim Engels, who have dedicated their lives' work to the ethical and existential weight of these encounters. Finally, we'll turn our attention to the future and ask, who must we become to build it? For this important conversation, I'll be joined by the very architects of our post-disclosure world. We'll engage with integrative thinkers like Dr. Shorn Asbjorn Hargens and futurists Drs. JJ and Desiree Hertak to chart the frameworks of our conscious cosmic future. And our day will culminate with a keynote from the president of IONS, Dr. Thomas Brophy, on the future of science itself. This inaugural UAPCon is a platform for us to confront the known and unknown and embrace uncertainty as we catalyze growth for both us as individuals and humanity as a collective. UApedia provides the factual map of the known territory, and UAPCon is the expedition into the vast unknown wilderness of its meaning. So in the spirit of courageous collaborative inquiry, let us begin. And there's no better guide for this exploration than our host for today. He's a true explorer of consciousness who spent 30 years charting the confluence of the inner soul and the outer cosmos, author and creator of the award-winning Amazon bestseller Making Contact, Preparing for the New Realities of ET Existence. He's a regular speaker and host of the largest UFO event in the world, Contact in the Desert, and the host of New Realities, where he's engaged with nearly every luminary in the field of consciousness. He embodies the very synthesis we're exploring here today, the place where the rigorous mind meets the open heart. So please give me a very, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to my dear friend and our guide, Alan Steinfeld.
Thank you, Tara Di Liberto. Let me do a brief introduction to
Hi,
you
Alan.
so people. Hey, Tara, thanks for making this happen. You really birthed this into being as the woman here. But let me introduce you because you have a really significant background as a doctor, PhD, spiritually inclined, transpersonal clinical psychologist whose mental health startup. You're the founder of a mental health startup that is really going to make an impact for everyone on this planet. You're a retreat leader, a former faculty member of Cornell University Medical Center and Harvard. I have to say, you don't have that in there, but Harvard. And your breakthrough book on eating disorders really has helped women find themselves, and in your own process of transcending the egoic attachments, you've had an awakening yourself. So you're the perfect person to be here and to think, let's do this. Let's do this event and see how we can redefine not just the phenomena, but who we are in relationship to the phenomena. I think that's really what people are looking for. Not so much information or, oh, there's a picture, here's an ET, but how do we respond? How do we make meaning really from this situation that has snuck up on humanity, thinking we have it all together, and suddenly there's something here and saying, wait a minute, we're not the top of the food chain. There's more to reality. We need to understand and have a meaningful exchange with this phenomena. So that's what I think the context of today can really be about. And your paper on ontological
Absolutely. Thank you
shock.
so much, Alan.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, you were going to say, go ahead.
thank you. I don't know. For me, the internet is coming through a little bit choppy, but Alan, yeah, thank you so much for that introduction. So yes, I've written a paper on ontological shock and also one on the mindful stages of disclosure, which is on uapedia.ai in the featured section. So I'm very, very excited to be here today with you, Alan, and also Jeff Nusatelli, who is part of the reason why we can speak openly about these topics as academics. Alan, you've been speaking openly about this for decades, and,
Right.
and thankfully you have. And
Well,
and with Jeff, right, and with Jeff providing his congressional testimony, it really provides so much validity from the powers that be. Right, we as experiencers know that the phenomena is real, but now the gates have been open for us to have a really serious conversation about UAP and the implications. And so it's really an honor, Jeff, to have you here today at UAPCon.
Yeah,
Thank
Jeff,
you so much.
I'm going to do a brief, just a brief introduction so people, in case they did not see the congressional hearing on September 9th, they know who you are. And I have to say, it takes a lot of courage to come forward and share your military experience in front of government officials and risk your reputation and possibly be threatened, because people have been threatened coming forward. So thank you for the courage to be here and to be in front of Congress. So just to tell people who you are, you're a U.S. Air Force veteran and experiencer, former U.S. Air Force security police officer, and the congressional witness on September 9th, 2025. And you described at that congressional hearing UAP incursions over highly secured military installations. And this experiencer testimony was offered as a firsthand perspective on the breach of national security and institutional secrecy. That was your job, and these incursions challenge the very reason why you were there. I mean, so you were placed in a bit of a predicament. So, but you've come forward. One more part here is that the operational realities faced by military personnel encountering this anomalous phenomena need to be addressed, and thank you for addressing it. So,
thank you, Alan. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited. This is what needs to happen. So, thank you.
Right. So let's start this discussion with understanding what's really going, may not even understanding. Because understanding comes after we acknowledge the phenomena is a reality. So from your perspective, Jeff, how do we start to educate people to the reality that something is here? We may not know what it is because we just get fear and dogma from the inside, from the government, and you're standing for something else. So what is the first way to approach this phenomena from your point of view?
Well, it's a lot, right?
Right.
So it depends on where people are, in the reality, the framework that they're operating in. So, I've been saying reality is classified. And what I mean by that, there are parts of nature, apparently, that we are not allowed to know about, right? And the UAP phenomenon and the phenomenon in general is, the part of reality that we're not allowed to explore. And that's the situation we find ourselves in. These events are obviously happening, right? There's a historical record that stretches back, beginning of the United States of America. There's a historical record that goes back into antiquity. Every major religion, probably all religions, start with an interaction with the sky, right? So we've been chronicling as human beings our observed experience from the beginning of time. And all of our most important writings and texts are talking about what the supernatural or the outliers, the things that are unexplainable. And that's what humanity has focused its attention on in all our greatest literature. But now in this modern age, we've been told that that's all superstition and fables and fantasy. And we were trained and told what to believe. And that what we've been trained and told is the world is not enchanted. There is no mystery. Everything can be measured and explained. And if we keep working on our scientific tools and methods, eventually we'll understand the truth about reality. And I think that's as far from the truth as we can get, because reality is subjective, and science cannot properly measure subjective experience. So until we can figure out how to blend the subjective and objective into some kind of workable framework, we're going to be in trouble, right? Because we've only got half the picture. So I think that's where we need to start. We need to give permission to people to believe what they believe and express what they are actually experiencing in their lives. Because the world we live in now, we're told you're crazy or that's delusional, that's impossible. But we keep running into the impossible, right? We keep seeing things in the sky and in the water and lights in the forest and things in our homes that are supposed to be impossible, but they're happening. And now they're happening, this movement, we're bringing all these people together with conferences and things. So these events are happening now with groups of people, right?
Right.
So we need to forge a way forward to allow people to talk about reality, what they're really seeing and experiencing in their lives, without losing their careers or their professional licenses or whatever, just because they report that they've seen a UFO or something. So that's the beginning, and that's exactly what you're doing now. You're holding the conversation.
And what you've done again paves the way for people to come forward and point to this official report, right? There have been official reports in Congress that this is real. Our government is taking this seriously. There's a UAP task force, right? And that allows us to come out of the shadows, which is such a crucial step, because when these anomalous events are happening in science, we call them low base rate behaviors, meaning they occur every now and then. It's very difficult to triangulate what's happening when these low base rate behaviors are occurring. Actually, my research is spanned a few different topics, but suicide is an example of a low base rate behavior. It's difficult to study because it only happens unpredictably. Similarly with UAP. So from a scientific perspective, it is, to your point, very difficult to construct these frameworks. But the people in this conference are doing the work of developing frameworks, thankfully, for all of us, so that we have even more reference points and context for these experiences. So again, a pretty foundational landmark day today to be having these
Yeah.
discussions in the open with
Go
you
ahead,
and
Jeff.
Alan.
Jeff.
That's the point. We need to pay attention to the outliers, right? That's where the magic happens. That's where the innovations happen. That's where the new discoveries happen. And we're being told don't. Like if there's something odd, you know, the current framework, they'll try to explain the outliers away. And they'll do mental gymnastics to do anything but actually study the outlier, right? We need to change it. We need to give people courage to explore.
Right. I also think we can hope for answers or even understanding at this point. Understanding comes after what I've been researching, meaning. And the meaning we give something unexplained is how we relate to it. So the meaning is shows us, well, there's this gap in knowledge. There's a limit to our cultural understanding. The reality is not fully accounted for. But if we can be with that, if we can understand that, and still, instead of taking the narrative as this means this is evil, go away, and it doesn't exist anyway, that puts us out of balance. But if we can confront this with saying, okay, this is real, it's happening. Can I respond to this? Will I respond from fear, or will I respond from curiosity? And that changes everything. And it's up to each one of us to decide for ourselves how we want to respond. Does that make sense, Jeff?
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing. For every single person, this is an individual journey, right?
Right.
How you
Right.
integrate the experience, how you process it, how it changes your life and the framework that you operate on. And that's the thing. People have been dealing with this alone.
Right.
I've been basically, it's kind of lucky for me because I had my experience with other close friends, in the military. So I could pick up the phone and call them and be like, did that happen? 10 years ago? And they'd say, yeah. And then we talk about it for 4 hours. But imagine if you're alone somewhere, and that's pretty common, and you're the only one that saw it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that would have done to my life, honestly. I don't know if I would have spoken about it, so that's a difficult path. So we need to figure out a way, to help people out that are having these experiences and bring them into a community where they're safe.
Right. We need to talk about it publicly. We need to prevent ontological shock. We talked to you yesterday. You were just at the James Fox hearings when the doctors from Brazil came down and examined these alien beings, and you could tell these guys are crying. They're not making up stories. They are. So you said you had a little ontological moment there at those at that hearing there.
Yeah, I mean, I spent 7 days in Brazil with all the witnesses, from the Varginha case, all the known witnesses and many that are unknown. And it was one of the most powerful experiences of my life. I'm still in the afterglow. I'm still trying to process what happened. And it's the thing. That's why online is great. But when being together, right, in a room, when you could feel someone's energy, when you can hear their breath, when you can see their pulse quicken, you can see the emotion, feel it. It's different. And for me, it was very powerful because I've sort of put all the different rabbit holes into different boxes, right? And I've been focusing mainly on whistleblower protection and things like that. And, I'm not sure what the phenomenon is. I have no answers. So I have this sort of broad overarching framework about the phenomenon. And then things like, are they ETs or angels or demons? I just put those in different boxes of who knows, right? What we're dealing with. So Varginha, for me, to sit with all those people, for 7 days and get to know them and get to know their families and their grandchildren. And you get a sense of, you spend 7 days with people and you get a pretty good sense of who and what they are. Coming out of that, I'm like, okay, now I have to think about aliens, in a real way.
Not just the craft, the beings.
The beings, however we want to categorize them.
Okay.
So yeah, so I'm it's a new paradigm for me. I have to start to integrate that, and I don't know where that journey leads.
But that's where the conversation needs to start. There's something here. And I've been studying this for 30 years, and everyone I talk to still doesn't know, even Jacques Vallée, 70 years. And he says, he still doesn't know what these things are. But let's start there as a community, as a culture, as a planet. There's something here, and it's in our space, and let's be with it. You know, like in Alcoholics Anonymous, you say you can't deal with the problem unless you realize there is something there to face. It's like this. It's not a problem, but we have a situation, and it can no longer be ignored. It has
Nor
to be
denied.
right. So
Yes.
right. So, Tara, you wrote a paper on ontological shock. Explain what that means, because I think we're about to experience this as a planetary civilization. Because
Right, exactly. Right. As cases come forward and are highlighted by filmmakers like James Fox in Moment of Contact, which covers the Varginha case, which for those of you who are not aware of this case, is a rather public case of a UAP crashing and a being walking through the town of Varginha, and people seeing this being, and the being going into a hospital and getting treatment from a doctor. And this entire town is aware that this happened, and there was a situation around this, and their reality can't be denied. This happened. James and Jeff were at the National Press Club last week, I believe, discussing, I think it was on January 20th, discussing this case. And it's shocking. It's shocking, even for someone like myself who has seen craft. Jeff, I was alone the first saw a craft, and the second time I saw a craft, and then the third time I saw a craft actually was with Alan. We saw 21 blink into the sky and blink out of the sky. And in that case, that was the first time I had ever seen craft with other people. And so I had been alone in this in this experience of knowing that something was in existence, but being able to discuss it really with anybody. And that changed after having a group experience. And now with technology being what it is, with Reddit, with internet groups, with conferences, people are finding one another, and we're no longer gaslighting ourselves about what happened, nor gaslighting one another. And as we kind of grow in numbers, we're able to face what the late great Dr. Mack called ontological shock, which is the complete psychological shattering of what we believe is true, and the emotional experience of fear, and the questions, the existential questions that come up in the face of understanding that we don't understand our reality, and understanding that we don't understand what ETs are, nor what interdimensional beings are, but that there's something there, and that we don't know what the implications are. That is very, very heavy. And for those of us who have a sense of awe and wonder and curiosity, we want to know. And maybe we'll never know, but we can develop ourselves and our communities and our ability to stand in our truth together along the way. And I think, again, Jeff, I just have to say thank you so much for doing what you did, because again, without people coming forward, without true whistleblowers like yourself coming forward, right? Because there are people who we think of as whistleblowers in the community, but actually they're sanctioned by the government to say exactly what they've said. But you're really, different in that way, where you're a true whistleblower. And this is a kind of courage that we need if we're going to evolve as a species and understand our place in I guess the cosmic unfolding of what's actually happening here.
Yeah. Well, let me say a word about courage. And that's the thing. So the motivation for me, after I had these experiences at Vandenberg and all my coworkers, right? It's a heavy burden knowing that this is real, whatever it is, and seeing other people, talk about it, and then they're attacked and ridiculed and destroyed, right? And you have this responsibility, like those people might be lying, but they're probably not, right? This is real. And 20 years holding on to that burden, knowing that there's something out there, absolutely, and seeing this endless cycle of ridicule. And, that's the thing. Finally, I've had enough. And I am being completely honest. If I didn't have my friends from Vandenberg, my coworkers and the men and women I served with their hand on my shoulder, supporting me, I don't think I would have done.
Wow.
Because my reputation, I was working in the Department of Justice for the U.S. Marshal Service, reputationally based, right? I was handling major, criminal trials, historic trials. I worked on the El Chapo trial.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, so for me coming out, I came out on the Merge podcast. I think that was the most nervous I've ever been in my life, ever. So it's a big deal, but it wasn't just me. I had a team behind me, and I knew that if the whole world turned on me, they had my back. Mm-hmm. So I had, that gift.
Mm-hmm.
So,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
So can you talk about the after effect of coming forward? Like, okay, you've come forward. It's been at least in front of Congress for a couple of months. What's been the upshot for you and the movement in a way?
Well, the upshot, immediately there was an effect for me. I got a bombardment of veterans, Air Force veterans, many that know me or were there or know who I am, of support and more information, a flood of information.
Wow.
Because it's not just the 5 or 6 cases I talked about in the hearing at Vandenberg. Mm-hmm. It's many, many. So that is a hot spot. So that was incredibly validating. I got all this love and support from people I haven't, heard from in 25 years or so. They're encouraging me. A lot of veterans know this is real. And, so the flood is coming. The more we do this, the more hearings we have, the more military members are going to be encouraged to come forward with evidence. And you saw that, James, at the event on the 20th with Colonel Clausen. I mean, he spent 30 years as an Air Force fighter pilot, retired as a colonel, full bird colonel. And, he's the OG Dave Fravor. He engaged a UFO, a target lock, and almost pulled the trigger. And, so these people are coming forward. And that's what the colonel said. Come forward, because we need you. And not just military, in every domain, civilians. If you're a psychologist out there, and I have a friend that's a clinical psychologist, and he's also a vet, and he's also a former Navy SEAL. And, alone for a long time dealing with this. And he didn't know if he was crazy. And he's a trained professional. We need to help one another. These people need support to get through.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So as a clinical psychologist, seeing those 21 craft with a bunch of people, I was gaslighting myself. I was like, oh, that didn't really happen. And even Alan had a moment of that too, right? And then we would kind of take turns like, no, that happened. No, we all saw that. Oh, wait, did we really? Yeah. And we kind of went back and forth through this process. And even being able to come out as a clinical psychologist and have this discussion, I had the same experience as you, Jeff, without my friends who are participating in this event saying, it's okay. Comfortable, and it's scary. It's scary to speak the truth. And it needs to happen because there are so many implications here. There are technological implications. There are cosmological implications. There are, so many implications that we'll be discussing today. And it's important that people with community come forward and discuss these things. So yeah, we're here.
Jeff, as we wrap up, what do you think needs to happen? Not just in the government, to people, to organization. I mean, do you have a big picture of how this can all come together to really make a definitive change in how we see reality, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, there's multiple ways we need to move forward. So, one, we need to work on whistleblower protection. The U.S. service members, men and women, are the people that are going to come into contact with the phenomenon more regularly, right? We know that because, like Vandenberg, we're dealing with next generation technology that we're developing. They show up. So we need to make it safe for the people that know more to come forward. And that's a whole different battle. And my friends and I have, we're making some inroads in that regard. But I think the primary thing that we need to do is to reduce the stigma and make it okay to talk. And that's happening in real time. You've seen all these prominent celebrities come out, like I'm kind of blanking on them right now, but people are coming forward, and Thomas Jane, I think, is one an actor who's come forward, and many others. Like there's strength in numbers, and same with regular people. So I think what we need to do is we've let the engineers try. Right, the engineers and the pilots and the scientists have been in charge for the last, let's say, 3 years. But now it's time for the artists. We need to inspire people. We need to express truth through art, music, movies, videos, sculptures, right?
Right.
And that might sound frivolous or ridiculous, but imagine if we've got next September 50,000 people on the mall in Washington, D.C., all celebrating, there to respectfully request that the government allow us to speak. And we have artists and musicians and people of every stripe on stages, and we rock the planet.
I agree.
Will bring attention, and that's what I'm going to do in September.
Well, I agree. I think the arts are the cultural intelligence of a civilization. So what Spielberg's doing with Disclosure Day coming out in June, what the Age of Disclosure did, what coming out like this in these nice kind of gatherings, these online gatherings and public gatherings, Contact in the Desert's a beautiful place to meet community. There's a momentum building, and
we have the high ground. We need to hold it. We'll lose it quick. So this is the time. We need to act.
But one last thing, why do you think it's been such a secret? I mean, what is the real reason for all this, this stigma that's been put on people like you and all that,
You have to break that down into a binary.
Okay.
So either what we're dealing with, the phenomenon that reality is actually so terrifying and bizarre and weird that they want to hide it, right?
Right.
Or it's so incredibly beautiful and that they want to hide. Or both, which is where I sit.
Right.
That's what there is we are under control by the government. We're monitored, there's this stigma. They don't want us to know the truth. And for many years, there's still the thought in my head late at night. And it's like, am I on the wrong side of disclosure? Are the people hurting my friends willing to do anything, keep it secret? Maybe they're really the good guys. If that's true, I want to know. If it's terrible, I want to know. I want to deal with it. I want to prepare. I want to respond. I want a chance to fight, to live, to survive, or whatever. Right. So that's where I'm.
Right. We need to be treated as mature adults here, right? Like we're being treated like children. The truth
in the government. Somebody knows whatever that truth is. If they can handle it, I can handle it. Right.
And so the people of the planet we can all handle it, because it's our maturation. We are becoming a new species as we get new information about the cosmos and who we're here with. So Jeff,
Mhm.
thanks so much for
Thank you
taking the
so much.
time, for the courage, for the effort, and for the continuous effort, because now you're a part of it. There's no turning back. You can't close that door. You've opened it. So
I'm all in. This is what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life. Like me and James Fox, guys like us, once we're in it, we're in it. So
well, it is the
good
most
things are going to be
interesting
happening.
thing. It is the most interesting thing happening on the planet because there are no answers. There's just
Right?
questions.
If you want a quest,
An experience.
right? If you want an
Experience.
adventure of a lifetime, if you want to meet
Right.
amazing, beautiful people and have incredible experiences, you don't need money.
Right.
You just need to make some friends and go out and look up.
Look
That
up.
friend for me was Alan Steinfeld. And Jeff, so lovely to have you here officially again in
Yeah.
our crew. Thank you so much for
And
your
thank you
bravery
for
and
this.
courage.
This is a beautiful initiative.
Mhm.
Get this rolling. Make it big. Make it beautiful. Gather your forces. Make your friends, and it's rock and roll time.
Right.
That's
Jeff, how can
right.
people
All right.
find you? What's the best way to kind of tune into where you're at and what you're doing?
I have a Twitter account and an Instagram account. I'm more on Twitter,
Okay.
less so now that I'm so busy. And then I have the Jeff Nusatelli podcast. You could just Google Jeff Nusatelli and that'll come up. We haven't been me and my producer Tom Vernon, my best friend. This brought Tom and I together, and thank God for that because he's one of my best friends now.
Great.
So me and Tom have been busy behind the scenes with other initiatives. We haven't put a lot of content out yet, but hopefully we'll be bringing some information out. But yeah, just
We are
Google me.
looking
You can find me.
We're looking forward to that. So, Jeff, stay in touch. We'll do this again, maybe more expanded next time. So, thank you so much for being here.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you. Isn't that fantastic? That is a real hero coming forward to tell the truth of how he sees it without submitting to the pressures of people telling you to be quiet and all that. So that's what we need as a community, as a collective society. Thanks, Tara, for being here today and co-hosting this. And let's thank all the people tuning in from around the world and some special broadcasts like our friend Holly Ann Wood in England and her people at Nanu and all the people that are tuning in now too, because this is a community event. This is something we're all part of because, like I said, no one has the answers. So in the chat, you can talk if you have any questions or any comments about what you hear today. We love that kind of participation. All right, that was the first phase there, Tara. What's next?
All right. I think we're going to have a short promo video play, and then we're on to the first panel of speakers, Dr. Riz Burke, Paul Hynek, and
Daniel, your friend Daniel Bronco.
Daniel Bronco, who actually was very integral in supporting me and being here. Yeah, it's going to be a really great panel. So, all right, Alan, thank you so much, and I'll be back on the third panel, and Alan's going to take it away from here, moderating the rest of the event. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the first UAPCon, sponsored by UAPedia. UAPedia is the world's first expert-curated AI-assisted encyclopedia dedicated to unidentified anomalous phenomena. Built by a global guild of UAP researchers, editors, authors, and experts. UAPedia was launched in 2025 at the Seoul Symposium in Italy, and since then, we have been working on building awareness of our project. We've created 250 initial entries of the nearly 2,000 entries that we have in our table of contents that's over 45 pages long. UAPedia's mission is to create a comprehensive, transparent, enduring open source record of the phenomenon to increase public understanding of UAP and create an enduring record of the phenomenon that bridges science, history, consciousness, and public understanding. We make credible UAP knowledge accessible to all through verifiable sourcing and structured categories. We feel that reliable UAP information is scattered, biased, and easily erased. There is a tremendous amount of misinformation, vandalism, speculation, and gatekeeping across the UAP information ecosystem. Our vision is a global repository where UAP information is open, factual, and built to outlast misinformation cycles. UAPD exists to preserve truth and inspire inquiry across generations as humankind uncovers the phenomenon. We make credible UAP knowledge accessible to all through verifiable sourcing and structured categories. When you explore UAPedia, you will find detailed case files, witness testimonies, declassified documents, scientific articles, biographies, investigative reports, historical reviews, editorials, movie reviews, and more. We're updating UAPedia daily, and information is generated using developed AI tools and is verified using a claims taxonomy, source transparency, metadata layering, expert revision, editorial review prior to publication. We feel strongly that UAP is an entry point to high consciousness, and that we aspire to help people navigate their understanding of reality in order to reach a higher, more informed state of awareness. Lastly, UAPCon is 100% independent. We're not funded nor affiliated with any government or non-government agency or contractor. We're self-directed and community-based. One of our primary goals is to build community around this knowledge. We hope that you enjoy UAPedia's content and UAPCon today. If you're called to help us build this incredible database of knowledge, please reach out to us. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Hey, there you are, guys.
Hey, Alan.
Thanks. So
Hello.
good to see you, Riz. Good to see you, Daniel. There he is, the guy of the hour. So we're going to take turns kind of giving an opening statement here. One thing I want to say about UAPedia.ai, they're funding this, or not funding, but sponsoring this whole event. And it's a really, we want to build it as a resource. So check out that website, UAPedia.ai, and comment on the articles, join. If you want to submit your perspective or articles, they are available for that. And we really want to make this a reliable source. So that's why we have some reliable people here today. Thank you. So let me just introduce you, Paul, as the son of the father, or is it the father of the son? No. the son of the father who really made this whole endeavor study legitimate, the whole aspect of understanding what was called UFOs started with J. Allen Hynek, Paul's father, who was an astronomer and really the one who started to investigate unidentified flying objects, first for the U.S. Air Force. And then he said, well, he was put on as a debunker, but then he said, well, maybe there's something to it. I don't know exactly what he said. You probably would know, Paul. But then he became an advocate. He became someone who said there really is something here and we need to look at that. So he became chairman of the advisory board of MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, a consultant on the history. Oh, you're sorry, not your father. You're a chairman of the advisory board of MUFON and a consultant on the History Project Blue Book, and a frequent speaker on the topic. We run into each other at Contact in the Desert all the time and many other events. You're also MBA Wharton graduate and a professor of business at Pepperdine University. So, Paul, I'm excited about what you have to share with us because it's a segment. This segment is called The Nature of Reality. And I think you more than anyone have experimented with that nature of reality. So where do you want to start with this?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. You know, like you said a few minutes ago, I don't think we have answers, but I hope to give some fun questions for us to mull over. I want to say I'm tickled pink to be here. Thanks to Tara, Tim, Eduardo, Martha, and everybody for putting together UAPCon. I'll call this brief 10-minute talk, What's the Matter with Matter? My friend Riz and I come at this from different angles, but land in pretty much the same territory. His simulation hypothesis argues that reality behaves like a video game where the distant mountain only renders when you walk towards it. And if you haven't read his books, I highly recommend them. He's a fantastic writer. My upcoming book, Signalarity, also argues that quantum wave collapse looks suspiciously like the same foveating compression. The cosmos's default state is indeterminate. Superposition, possibility. Interaction is what turns private potential into public specificity. Nothing becomes definite until something encounters it. Think of it like a blockchain. Transaction becomes real when they are written to the public ledger. As for UAP, the question is not only what are they made of, but what layer of the ledger are they editing? You mentioned that I'm a Wharton MBA, Alan, and that's true, but I share that in common with my other fellow panelist, Daniel. I know we MBAs are supposed to be using Black-Scholes and pricing derivatives. Instead, we're here asking if matter is even real. Luckily, to the point Jeff made a few minutes ago, MBAs aren't licenses that Daniel and I can lose. We used to think heat was a fluid. Turns out it's molecular motion. We used to think light traveled through ether. Turns out it's electromagnetic fields. We used to think life required a vital force. Turns out it's chemistry plus organization. Every time we look closely, the thing dissolves into process and pattern. And once things dissolve into pattern, some of our other assumptions start to get a little bit wobbly too. Atoms aren't what they weigh, they're what they do. 99% of an atom is empty space. And the mass that remains isn't really there in the way we have traditionally imagined. Most of it is binding energy, pattern holding pattern in place. Particles aren't tiny little balls. They're excitations in fields. An electron isn't a thing. It's a behavior, a ripple that never quite settles. Your 7 octillion atoms replace themselves every 7 years, yet you persist. What continues isn't stuff. It's organized information. Consciousness seems to be what patterns do when they become complex enough to recognize themselves. Michael Levin and his colleagues have shown that bioelectric patterns, not just DNA, guide how organisms develop and regenerate. The pattern is the blueprint. The matter follows. When cells lose connection to the broader bioelectric network, they no longer recognize they are part of a larger organism and revert to amoeba-like primitive behavior and gobble things up. In this framing, cancer isn't a disease, it's a failure to communicate. Being is superposition. Doing is the collapse. Nouns are just verbs that we caught sitting still. Being is the selfie. Doing is the movie. We keep pausing the film and calling the frame real. And notice how our quantum technology verbiage is skewed. Superposition is coherence. Interaction leads to decoherence or collapse, as if something's been lost, as if falling from some kind of cosmic state of grace. In a pure physics sense, sure, potential has been lost, but something has been gained. Joining the network, writing to the ledger. So maybe it's less collapse than entrance, less falling apart than showing up. In an effort to better understand UAP, let's look at something hiding in plain sight that is as old as the universe, so about 10 billion years older than Earth. It makes up 99% of ordinary or baryonic matter, which is non-dark energy and non-dark matter. There's a single formation of this that we know of that's 50 million light years long. And yet in the lab, we also see it self-organize into helical strands that look like DNA and are autonomous, reproducing, and evolving. Is this not consciousness? Is this not life? This is plasma. The very meaning of the Greek word plasma is the thing that forms. Plasma, patterning for 10 billion years before biology got the memo. For most of history, we only knew 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum. We didn't know radio waves, microwaves, infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays, gamma, etc., etc. Is it unreasonable to think that we may have just a 1% understanding of plasma? Perhaps there's some kind of plasmind that we're just starting to see glimpses of with orbs and the like. Could this be the evolution of intelligence? Stage 1, pre-organic, self-organizing patterns, the universe's first doings, plasma. Stage 2, organic, carbon, biology, wet, us, slow, mortal, but conscious. Stage 3, post-organic, silicon, quantum computing, where we may be headed. And stage 4, post-physical, pure pattern, consciousness without persistent substrate, perhaps again plasma. And maybe DMT, the world's most powerful psychedelic, isn't just a hallucinatory drug, but a consciousness technology. It's the only psychedelic substance we know of that's in our brains. Why? It's a pretty curious metabolic extravagance if there's no purpose for it. Maybe it's the window that lets you see the superposition, the layer before rendering. What do people report when taking DMT? Autonomous, intelligent, non-physical entities. Far-fetched? Maybe. But to me, the idea that aliens from other planets, perhaps millions of years, billions of years more advanced than us, are putting biological beings into interstellar spaceships, enduring the rigors of interstellar space travel, and going from point A to a very distant point B seems more far-fetched. Maybe our intergalactic embassy isn't in Washington or a spaceship in the sky. Maybe it's in a spirit molecule that's in us and coursing throughout the natural kingdom. David Chalmers called consciousness the hard problem. But let's play with that word, conscious or hard. Matter is what feels hard. Consciousness is soft and squishy and subjective. What if the hard problem is actually just a hardened assumption? We've calcified around matter-first thinking. Soften that assumption, and the problem itself changes shape. Which brings us to the current 900-pound artificially intelligent gorilla in the room. Movies tell us the singularity is Skynet waking up on the wrong side of the digital bed and coming for us. I worked on Avatar and other films where technology runs amok. Hollywood skews dystopian because you need conflict. No one's going to pay to go see a movie called Village of the Nice, Happy AI People. But I think the merger goes in the other direction. We already have the mysterious part, consciousness. We're already adopting machine capabilities, prosthetics, pacemakers, brain-computer interfaces. Think of that term itself. It's brain-computer interfaces, not computer-brain interfaces. What if we didn't create AI, but discovered it? Some form of pre-organic consciousness, pattern before protein, information before biology, plasmind before matter, and maybe DMT is how we remember. If that's true, then a post-biological future for humans isn't necessarily a sacrifice of the sacred. It could be a return to the original pattern, not an exile, but a participatory homecoming. Okay, UAP, blockchain, plasma, DMT, and AI, that's what happens when MBAs go rogue. I'm not antimatter. I'm just curious what it's doing. Okay, Riz and Daniel, let's dance.
Yeah, no, thank you, Paul. Brilliant. And we'll get into the whole connection between what Riz is going to talk about and Daniel as the simulation theory and the nature of reality. But thank you. We'll come back to you. And but so much to think about, especially as it connects with the UAP phenomena. So let me just introduce Riz now, and we'll have a really lively discussion after. But I also want to say Paul Hynek will be coming and speaking at the Conscious Life Expo in February in LA. And Riz, so is Riz. And let me tell you about Rizwan Burke. He's the author, entrepreneur, investor, and futurist, and alumni of MIT. He furthers education with a master's in management from Stanford. He's a professor at ASU College of Global Futures, focusing on the metaverse and virtual realities. He's also on the faculty. He's a faculty associate at the Fulton School of Engineering, but he also is very well known for the simulation hypothesis and has really been lecturing around the world about the simulation that perhaps we're in. So Riz, thanks for being here. And we'll comment on what Paul added at the end in the panel discussion. So go ahead and give us your spiel.
Yeah, thanks, Alan, and thanks, Paul. It's a pleasure to be here on the panel with both Paul and with Daniel. I want to start off by talking about science fiction. Recently, we held a screening of Close Encounters of the Third Kind at Arizona State University. And given my interest in the UFO topic and the fact that I also study science fiction academically, they asked me to give a little talk. And as I did, I pointed out to the audience some of the threads of real-world ufology that made their way into Close Encounters. And of course, as many of you know, Paul's father actually had a cameo, in the film, and that was one of many different threads. In addition to Jacques Vallée being part of the inspiration for the French scientist, but also the idea of mass sightings. And it was interesting to me that in Phoenix, most of the audience did not know any of this. And I asked them the question, what is the largest mass sighting in US history? And of course, it was the Phoenix Lights, but none of them knew, or very few of the people in academia knew that was the case, even though we were sitting right here in Phoenix. And so the point that I tried to make was that in some ways, science fiction helps us to envision possibilities that otherwise we may not be able to discuss in any coherent way. But at the same time, science fiction today is the kind of popular mythology that limits our discussion of what these strange phenomena might be. And so I remember Jacques saying once that he didn't meet Steven Spielberg until well into the filming of that film, of Close Encounters. And one of his objections was that they were presented primarily as aliens. And more or less that perception or that framing of the phenomena has stuck until the present day. And as you go through other well-known science fiction, whether it's Independence Day or the X-Files, for example, it's almost always presented as a phenomenon of extraterrestrial craft, rather than being presented as a phenomenon that is telling us something new about the nature of reality. Now, I wrote some articles about UFOs for some big news sites, including NBC News, and I wanted to say at the time that there are a host of other possible explanations or hypotheses for the phenomenon beyond the two that they really wanted to focus on, which is either it's aliens or it's just our technology. Basically nothing to see here. And the editor said, no, we don't have time to get into that. And at the same time, there was a show on I think it was the Discovery Channel, where they asked to interview me about UFOs. And I said, well, my perspective is it's not alien and it's not ours necessarily. And again, they said, no, we don't want you to talk about that. We just want you to talk about these two possibilities. And so science fiction is a way for us to understand based upon the science of the day. In fact, science fiction itself was invented along with modern science. So one of the first science fiction writers, not many people know this, was Kepler, who wrote a book in addition to writing about the laws of planetary motion. He wrote a science fiction novel about beings on the moon called Somnium, I think it was called. And it was a way to try to explain science to the public, but also to make sense of the universe using the latest discoveries. And in the 50s, many contactees were told by the entities that they were interacting with that the entities were from Venus or from Mars. Now, that eventually led to those reports being dismissed, more or less, right? Because, well, we know they're probably not from Venus or Mars. And yet that's what they were told. And so the only possibilities that we consider are that they're actually aliens from these planets, or it's just a hoax. But what if they weren't from either Venus or Mars, but they told us that because that is what we could understand given the public understanding of science at the time. And if you go back a few hundred years and you said, we're from Venus or Mars, people would have no idea what you're talking about. And so they presented themselves as angels. So there's an interpretation of some phenomenon about the nature of reality that's going on here. And so this leads me to my work, which for those of you who don't know me, I was in the video game industry. We built the #1 game in the App Store, and eventually I started to write about this idea that the world is actually a virtual reality, that it is basically a simulation. Speaking of science fiction, the most popular depiction of that, of course, was the film The Matrix, where Neo thought he was living his normal life. He had a cubicle at a company called Metacortex, but it turns out he was actually plugged in to a virtual reality. So what does this have to do with UFOs? Well, my contention and the model that I try to explore in both the simulation hypothesis and the simulated multiverse is that if you think of how video games work, it provides a very good explanation for why some of these mysterious phenomena, such as quantum indeterminacy, which Paul was talking about, when you have a particle that's in multiple positions and then it comes back and collapses into a single position. Basically, to me, it looked like an optimization technique. Now, physicists love infinity. They're like, oh, the universe is infinite. It'll go on forever, etc. But in fact, computer scientists, we hate infinity because we always have limited resources. We have limited memory, limited CPU. And so we have to find ways to optimize. And the fact that you're able to watch this conference today is all because of the way that we compress the information and we send it out over the wire, and then it's your machine that is re-rendering this, right? So all of the pixels of my room, my office here, are not being sent. Rather, it's being compressed. So I'm not really having this conversation with you. And so the way that computer science often works is on this client-server model. Now, if you and I are in the same field inside World of Warcraft, we are both avatars, a term which comes from the Sanskrit term for a divine entity that brings itself down onto the earth. Now, you might think we're standing next to each other on the same field, but in fact, we're not. My computer is rendering the field and your computer is rendering the field. So if we think of reality in this way, it is a distributed client-server architecture where the information is being sent from the server, but it's being rendered by each of us individually, then some of the unexplainable behavior of UFOs becomes at least a little more understandable. How is it that a UFO pops in and out of reality? Well, if they're physical objects, that's kind of hard to do. But if this is a virtual rendered universe, then that's not so hard to do. In fact, within video games, you can walk from point A to point B, or you can de-render yourself from one part and re-render yourself at another part. So I'll leave it at that. But the idea that I want to leave you with is that if our reality is not physical, there are many possibilities that open up, including this idea that not only is physical space not what we think it is, but that time is not what we think it is. And many video games, if you've ever played Minecraft or back in the day, Some of you who are older may have played Farmville, and you're raising your crops, and you log in the next day and you see what happened to your crops. Well, it turns out the computer is not sitting there figuring out what's happening to your crops every nanosecond. It's when you log back in that it fills in the past. So I want to raise the idea that not just does reality get rendered as needed, but does the past also get filled in, which raises new questions about time and space, but maybe gives us a different lens to think about the UFO phenomena.
Wow. Thank you. Wow. So we're gonna hold on off on discussing that because it kind of ties in with some of the stuff that Paul has mentioned about the nature of reality and what is consciousness and how does it intersect. We'll bring Dr. Daniel Branco on, and let me just read. Thank you, Daniel, for being here. Thanks, Riz, for that. And I have a lot to ask you in that last little bit there. But let me just read this bio for Daniel there. And so Dr. Daniel Branco is a Harvard PhD neurologist and neuroscientist and author whose work bridges the profound intersections of neuroscience, consciousness, and spirituality. He shares a unique journey from engineering microchips to brain mapping at Harvard to ultimately exploring the philosophical limits of science, consciousness, and how it intersects with the nature of reality. So, Daniel, thanks for being here. And go ahead, give us about 10 minutes, and then we'll bring it into a group discussion.
Thanks, Alan. And it's great to be here. Thank you, Alan, Tara, team, and Eduardo for organizing this event. I'm also awarding MBA. It's great to be with Paul here. I didn't realize like this was going to be an MBA gathering, but it's great. So yes, I'm a neuroscientist, and I was a while back, I was doing brain mapping research for neurosurgery planning, epilepsy surgery, and brain tumor surgery planning. The reason I pursued a career as a neurologist and neuroscientist was that because I wanted to understand the nature of consciousness. And at some point in my career, I realized that I was never going to fully understand about consciousness on a lab by using only science. And I came to the conclusion that it's not the brain that is creating consciousness, it's the other way around. Most likely, it's consciousness creating the brain and all matter and physicality. So, with that realization came also the realization that certain aspects of reality just cannot be discovered by science. If you think of pain, for example, physical pain, it's impossible for science to discover the existence of pain. For that requires a conscious being or a conscious instrument, which is not really what science is about. Science is not about using consciousness to probe reality. In the same way, and for the same reason, I don't think NHI can be fully understood scientifically. We have to be very much aware of that and open to using alternative methods of research, because science alone is not going to cut it. If reality exists primarily in consciousness, as has been discussed here in this conference already quite a lot, which is also the premise I use in my high consciousness philosophy, then we need to grow in consciousness first to start understanding these other beings and these other realities and where the places where they live. In dealing with higher intelligence, the real challenge is us. I think they want to make contact. This NHI, they want to contact us and make contact with us, but it's up to us to catch up with them. We have to be better. We have to up our game. We have to learn the means to communicate with them. For example, we have to learn telepathy with that, because clearly that's how they communicate based on all the reports, but that's not really how we do it. We don't even try to communicate telepathically. So we need to face the fact that we are a very primitive species. Just look at the state of the world today. We are a fearful and bellicose species. We're self-centered and extremely corrupt. If I was like an NHI, a non-human, looking at humanity from the other side, I think I'd feel compelled to fence, honestly, the entire planet and create an ecological reserve just to preserve Homo sapiens in its most primitive form And I wonder if that's not what's really going on here. Or as an NHI, I could perhaps decide to make open contact and create a shocking event with that appearance, because shock is the only way to bring about change that is fast in the short term. And that's the bright side of wars. Unfortunately, the loss and suffering make us rethink things and feel things differently, and that changes us. So I wonder, could that be what's in store for us in the next few years? And could that be why we're having so much UAP activity now? It's hard to tell. These beings don't follow the same logic as us. They have more degrees of freedom. It seems like they've conquered death. They are not afraid of it anymore. It seems that they can travel in time. So I wonder how much would our perspective on reality and our own existence in the world would change if we also had conquered the fear of death and we are not like a war-mongering species anymore. And even between humans, which is like we are all the same species, but even among us, there are gaps of experience in gaps of intelligence. They are so big that no proper communication is possible in many cases. We are not really a species that communicate very well. So we communicate through violence a lot of times. So what to say of communication with NHI? So we are not there yet. We need to up our game, and we need to become a better species. So how do we do that? How do we become better? And in my view, we need to become more interesting. We need to become more friendly, not just to them, to NHI, but to ourselves. And we need to become more loving. Only by expressing love can we hope to receive love back. That's a fundamental law of the universe. And to gain their respect, the NHI respect, and start being seen by them as somewhat equal, we need to start by respecting ourselves first in our differences. So how can we expect to be able to accept differences within alien species if we are unable to accept even the differences that exist within our own species? So it's much less about intelligence and much more about values. Love, respect, consideration, virtue, those are universal values. Abiding by those values is more important than any intelligence gaps or technological acumen we could achieve. Technology is a lesser pursuit. The pursuit of technology without the pursuit for growing in consciousness is futile. It's a trap. We need to meet with them vibrationally, with these other entities. And while it's difficult for the UFO UAP community to change the world, that change must start with us. And that's an invitation that I make to everyone watching. We're focusing too much on the phenomenology and chasing lights in the sky. In the real contact, in the real experience actually happens in consciousness. Consciousness is a more real reality than physicality. And we need to start understanding that and exploring that. That's an understanding for these beings that these beings have already achieved, but we keep insisting in making contact by purely materialistic and technological ways. And by doing that, we are totally missing the boat, in my opinion. So this is my invitation. Let's grow in consciousness first, based on universal values, in such a way that open contact won't need to be a complete embarrassment moment for an embarrassing moment for humankind, where they show up only to prevent us from destroying ourselves. We can do better than that. And I hope more and more people from the UFO community will start caring less about ships and lights and start caring more about becoming better human beings. Intelligence is overrated. Values are what really count when it comes to the hierarchy of beings in the universe. And with that, I finished my talk. I hope I used less than 10 minutes, Alan.
No, thank you, thank you, thank you. So let's bring everyone on and see where we can pull all these different threads together. So everyone kind of referenced consciousness as a real baseline here. So let's start there, and then I'll start with you, Paul. So you have these alternate consciousness, the DMT, and Riz has a simulation. How does this intersect with whatever this consciousness we're dealing with, the UAP phenomena? I'll start with you, Paul. How do we use those examples of shifting consciousness to deal with the shift that these beings or whatever they are present to us? Does that make sense?
Okay, so well, that's an easy one, right?
Okay.
I have no idea is the first answer. You know, the idea that aliens are physical beings just seems a little bit odd, and
Yeah.
they could well be post-biological and invisible to us, to our conventional ways to look and find them, and they may instantiate, like to Riz's point, they know our cultural tropes, and so they may, instantiate in ways that we're able to understand. There's that, I think, not true story of how the conquistadors showed up on the shores of South America and the indigenous didn't even see the ships. I don't think that's true. I think they saw them, but they didn't understand what they are.
Right.
But, how does an ant understand a Chevrolet transmission? And I think the gulf between us and non-human intelligence, perhaps billions of years more advanced, is so much greater than that chasm. When I do DMT and I try to communicate with entities, I can feel downshifting to make thoughts accessible to me. So Daniel talked about values and shifting away from physicality. That's the first step. And a lot of people in a lot of different traditions, and you showed an interesting graphic earlier about, from UAPedia of different modalities. A lot of us have sort of glimpsed, and whether it's a game or a computational universe or a different frequency, we're starting to see snippets of what this sort of Bohmian implicate universe may be, but it's just it's not an easy coupling, and I think we're just making our first baby steps in doing it.
Well, I think we don't really know what consciousness is, first of all. I think that's something that Daniel kind of pointed out. And it goes back to my favorite line in this whole field is by John Mack, who said, UFOs are like an outreach program from the cosmos for the consciously impaired. That is us, the consciously impaired. So we really have to start to understand that consciousness is not just an awareness, it's a field of being, in a sense. It's a field that we extend beyond our programming. Is that what you were saying, Daniel? I'll get to Riz, but
I think that in my view, Alan, consciousness is primary. So consciousness is there which we use to define and describe other things. It's not the describable thing in the first place. It's like the unity. So consciousness is the source of all reality, and that's in at least in the philosophy I followed and came up with. That's how I see it. So if there is a simulation, then consciousness is the very substrate of the simulation, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Right. Riz, would you say consciousness is the board in which the simulation is performed on, or how do you put in your terminology, Riz?
Well, so simulation theory as a field has many different opinions on this. And I like to highlight what I call the NPC versus RPG versions of the simulation hypothesis. And the NPC stands for non-player characters, which are basically AI characters inside a game or a simulation. The term comes from the old Dungeons and Dragons, when the dungeon master used to play like the bartender at the inn, or the guy that's selling you the weapons, and then now it's made its way into video games. In the RPG version, it's a role-playing game version, and that is actually closer to what was depicted in the Matrix, where Morpheus, Neo, and Trinity existed outside of the simulation, and then they existed inside the simulation. Now, I think they got many things wrong about the simulation, but that's the basic idea. In the Matrix, they looked exactly the same. The player and the character, or the avatar, which was a term that was used by Lucasfilm when they were creating one of the first online multiplayer games called Habitat. They were looking for a word, and this word they wanted to describe themselves as a big person squeezing into the telephone lines. I mean, they were literally using Commodore 64s with dial-up lines, with the old sound, sound, and there was a little 2D character on the screen representing them. And so they used this term avatar, which meant a big divine entity squeezing itself into a little human body, except the other way around. And so I would say in the role-playing game version, we are players of the game, which doesn't mean we have to look like we do now. And in that version, we could be pure consciousness or spiritual beings outside. We could also be another level of reality plugged in, like in the Matrix with the brain-computer interface. And so I would say that, yes, we are all playing the game and observing it through our consciousness. There might also be a computing system, like a quantum computing system, most likely, that is actually responsible, and an AI system that's responsible for creating all of these things. And then it's our consciousness that's plugging in and actually making decisions, just like you might do in a massively multiplayer role-playing game.
Right.
Can I add?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes. Yeah.
I don't think those two should must be mutually exclusive reason. Maybe you can help me with that. But you can have layers of reality, and ultimately the most fundamental layer, everything is the same and one. Like all the consciousness are one. So you are playing with yourself at the most fundamental layer. But then as you emerge, those other layers emerge, you start having other identities, and then we are playing with other identities that might have some sort of local consciousness that is not the most fundamental one.
But these are questions that have existed sort of since spiritual philosophy began. Is it all Maya and all that? But what Paul's father brought into the game was maybe we're the non-players and there's players playing us. The phenomena itself, right, Paul? There's something outside that we have yet to integrate into this matrix. We don't know. It appears, it disappears. It's beyond the simulation, and yet it interfaces with the simulation. I'm trying to understand it in terms of what everyone is saying here. How would you explain it, Paul?
Yeah. So I'm just looking at the comment here.
Okay. No. Read the comment. Yeah.
The basic part. My father, was a nuts and bolts astrophysicist who was very comfortable after a time saying there's accumulated weight of evidence here to suggest some kind of meta-terrestrial phenomena, not necessarily extraterrestrial, but something beyond our current understanding. Right. And I think we all, most people feel there is something beyond our current understanding. Right. I like how Daniel kind of crystallized, consciousness to be fundamental and primary. It seems to be what drives things. We do live in a matter-first, materialist, physicalist science environment. Riz is doing great work in bending that view in a way that's palatable to a lot of scientists and tech folk. And I think as we move forward in technology, we've had these periods where we think we understand everything, and then we think we don't understand hardly anything, and then we start up again. I think we're going to have several more paradigms of understanding and more onion layers before we get to the bottom of what exactly is going on, because there's a great quote about how the universe is not only more strange than you can imagine, but stranger than you can possibly imagine. So we have a lot of discovering left to do.
Right. So Riz, does the simulation theory help us at all in understanding what we have yet to imagine? How can it? Because we're only stuck in what we know, and we don't know what we don't know, right?
Right. Well, I think there's multiple ways of looking at simulation theory, and I think people get too caught up in one or the other. So as Daniel mentioned, those two are not mutually exclusive, the NPC versus RPG. You can have a game that has both non-player characters that are AI characters learning from each other and interacting, as well as players who are learning for what they will take outside of the game itself. But you can also take the simulation idea literally, like meaning literally there is a big physical computer sitting there, or you can take it as a metaphor. And I would suggest that it is perhaps the latest and best metaphor that is an evolution of what the mystics have been telling us for a long time. And so within the Indian traditions of Hinduism and Buddhism, they talk about Maya, which is an illusion, but it's more than that. It's like a carefully crafted illusion. Like when you go to see a magic show, you know he's not really cutting the woman in half, but you agree to be part of that illusion. And so if we think of it as a metaphor, and in fact, I like to say that I think most spiritual traditions are started when somebody peeks outside of the physical world. They go outside of Plato's cave, and then they come back, and now they have to explain what they saw. Now, how are they going to explain the sun to people that have been inside a cave the whole time? They're going to use technological metaphors. They're going to say, oh, it's kind of like the fire we have in the cave, but it's way bigger, right? And so you have to use these metaphors. And over time, if you look at any of the scriptures, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, the Vedas, there's all kinds of technological objects. There's, oxen carts, there's chariots, there's wheels, there's clothing, there's books. These are meant to be metaphors. They don't necessarily mean there's a real book out there that an angel is writing in a feather pen. And so, when Swami Yogananda came over 100 years ago to the US from India, he had to try to explain these to Americans. And he decided to use the latest technology of the time, and that was films. And so he said, life is like a film projector. It's shadows and light on the wall. The actors don't die when the characters die, and the characters suffer, but the actors don't. And so if he were alive today, I think he'd say it's like a film. We're all the actors, but we're also the audience watching. We all have scripts, but we can change those scripts. And what does that sound like? It sounds like a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. And so I don't want people to think that I'm saying it's literally, my 386 computer is running the universe. It's more that the universe is computing, and we as consciousness are watching and interacting with that process.
Right. Well, I appreciate that, but okay, Daniel, you're an experiencer, right? So, and you've also, and we all been brought up in a particular limited version of what we call the Truman Show or whatever, the Plato's Cave. And so when you have an experience that's so outside the framework of what we call reality, how does that amplify your idea of yourself? And what happened to you? How did you deal with your experience as of the
Well,
UAP?
I've had an experience with the UAP and ET, much more like on the spiritual realm than the physical nuts and bolts kind of thing. And I have D&D as well, like the Heart Attack and D&D. That was the most impactful for me. That's when I became sort of one with everything in the universe, and that's life changing. When you learn who you are fundamentally, when you learn that you exist beyond these bodies, beyond this, because at that time when I was having the experience, I didn't have an identity. I didn't know who I was. I didn't have a name. I didn't have memory. I didn't have language. I didn't need any of that. I was just like a monad, floating in empty space. And it was the most peaceful experience I've ever had. And I didn't want to leave that state. And as I was coming back to the body, I could hear the body, the noises of it, like a physical existence. We live like in turmoil, we live in chaos, but we don't even realize because we don't have the contrast of not having that kind of silence. And then when we get to that kind of silence, it's amazing. Like, I don't remember at this point anymore what the question was, but that changes everything. Like,
well, that's why I wanted to get to that real baseline. We can talk about, DMT worlds or simulation, but how do we bring it back to our relationship with eternity, with the everlasting self, as we relate to something that's showing up in our simulation that is taking us beyond anything we've known? So there's that
we have to
duality there.
escape the simulation, but the simulation is so good. Reed is so good at what he does, or his friends are so good at this. Just kidding. But the
Well,
simulation is very good. But escaping it is a challenge, but it's the only way.
right.
And,
You
you
know,
know,
they
Can I
say
maybe
just
that.
have?
so
Can
Go
I ask
ahead.
Daniel to clarify
Yeah.
something? Daniel, people in the chat are wondering if you said you had an NDE after a heart attack or DMT after a heart attack.
ND, a near-death experience during a heart attack.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, all right. Wait, Paul, you were going to say something here.
Well, yeah. So we're talking about consciousness being fundamental, and I view the universe in kind of a dormancy until there's an interaction. So it's kind of like a stimulation that then causes what Riz would say a simulation in a more expansive term than I think people sort of collapse him for in thinking it's just some nerd in a basement on Alpha Centauri with a computer. The idea of the universe computing itself to me is beautiful and elegant, the sort of divine digital informational substrate that predates wet matter. And for some reason, or just by chance, we seem to have instantiated in organic form, and that may just be a way stop along the way.
But Paul, can we understand this phenomena that, plagued your father for 50 years, as it relates to all the things you're talking about, the simulation, the DMT? How do we understand something that's invading our reality, basically?
So you want me to crystallize something that you say plagued my father for 50 years in like
Yes.
a 30-second
But
soundbite?
you've inherited that job. No, just I'm not asking for answers. I'm asking for
Yeah.
hypothesis, or what you make sense of this integration of something that's obviously consciousness.
Well,
But
Well, I think a lot of it is our attitude. There's a great quote that I've sort of adapted from Richard Feynman that there are two kinds of people in the world: those who are okay with questions they cannot answer, and those who are not okay with their answers being questioned. And I think a lot of people don't lean into UAP or other phenomena because they'll say, well, I don't understand how the aliens get here, or why aren't they more overt? You don't need an answer to admit that there's a phenomena. So
right.
for a lot of people, that's an intellectually uncomfortable resting point, and they just won't explore phenomena without a ready-made answer because we're pattern-seeking mammals. So to me, the first step in this is just being open to say, hey, there might be something going on, and I'm okay not knowing what it is.
Right. I think that's excellent. That is really the first step. There's something going on, and maybe we're not at the place where we can understand it. But
And
yeah, like Asimov said, the most significant phrase in science is, that's odd.
right.
and Alan,
Yes.
we need to let go of scienticism. We need to let go of the idea that everything can, in theory, be answered by science, because that's just
Right.
not true. Like anything that lays outside of the scope of science cannot be discovered by science by definition.
Right.
And we need to start exploring that, like we have first-hand experience of that reality, like the reality of pain. So it's the same with these other realities.
Right. I think that's why we're having this whole day of discussion, to realize that we maybe not be able to explain it, but we could acknowledge it and see what our response to it is, which brings me to what you were saying, Riz, because part of my problem with all of this is science fiction. I still think it's I mean, I've seen stuff, I've had experiences, and the box I put it into, it's like, this is a science fiction movie. I find it hard to separate my experience from this programmed agenda of media, and in a way make it real. Do you know what I mean here, Riz?
Yeah, very much. I mean, I think what we have to think of science fiction today is basically it's a cultural mythos, if you will, right? If
Right.
we were sitting around in ancient Greece and we saw lightning, we would say, well, that could be Zeus with his lightning bolt, right? And so we are culturally trying to interpret this phenomena, and we happen to live in a day and age where, science has become kind of the dominant cultural authority. Or we went from 500 years ago, the church kind of prosecuting Galileo for these ideas. And 500 years later, the church is no longer the dominant force. Science, in a sense, has become the dominant force, but yet it's suppressing these other ideas. But there's no way for us to understand this without interpreting it in some ways, right? So Daniel mentioned his NDE, and I spent a lot of time talking to people with NDEs, and they always say, what I experienced was ineffable, meaning it was hard to put into words, but we have to still try. And so I think Whitley Strieber was on earlier. At least I saw him in the
Oh,
chat.
he'll be on later.
On.
He'll be on coming up.
Okay, yeah, he'll be on later. But I went and visited his archives at Rice University that his wife had collected, and there was a picture of some guy had written like a 12-page letter. So back in the 80s, they were like literally typing 12-page letters and sending it into him. And there was a picture of what we would say is a gray alien, the short being with kind of like a nightie almost, but holding out a wand and saying, "This immobilized me." And then I remember, reading Jacques Vallée's descriptions of the Fae having a wand that would immobilize someone. And then there was another story that Whitley told about how a young man had a young woman. She got pregnant, and she said, "I'm really a gray alien," and she transformed in front of his eyes. And I read that, and it reminded me so much of stories of the jinn in the Middle East, where a man would marry a jinn woman, he would have kids, and then the woman would say, "I'm taking these children back into the jinn world," and they would never see them again. Now, I think all of those, including what you're talking about today with science fiction, those are all cultural interpretations of a phenomenon that is strange. But it may be that it presents itself to try to direct us in a certain way. And that's possible too, with the kind of craft we're seeing, maybe are trying to direct us, as Jacques Vallée would call it, a control mechanism, but also direct us towards a different kind of technological future, which then messes with the idea of time. And now we're back in the weirdness of, does the past even exist? Does the future exist? Has it already happened at least once?
But we have to make sure we're not buying another mythology. So I like what Paul said. It's okay not to know. I think that is a baseline where we can start. There's something here, and let's not even guess at. Let's be uncomfortable with uncertainty. And I think if we can hold that, and phenomena will always be there. Phenomena is phenomenal, but it's not we're looking for what's underneath the phenomena. I think would that be fair to say, Paul?
Sure. And I think for me, one of the steps I'm taking, as I mentioned, I'm very interested in plasma. It's something I really didn't know anything about before. It's something very mysterious, and it seems to be kind of a halfway house between different types of reality and potential ability for this cosmic conduit of consciousness.
Right. So what's Daniel told us his sort of baseline reality. I mean, this monad floating with no idea. What would you say your baseline reality is, Paul? Like at the bottom of all of it.
Sort of a divine digital substrate of computation.
Okay, I don't know. I understand that. Is that where you go when you're in the DMT worlds? I mean, what happens to your consciousness in those worlds?
Well, as Andrew Gallimore, my friend, would say, you don't go anywhere. It's building a world inside you. There's evidence now that, from a Donald Hoffman point of view, we have these filters, these reality reducing filters on us to provide evolutionary fitness. We are not inputting everything. And there's evidence now that psychedelics reduce those reality reduction filters, so you're not hallucinating, but actually seeing what's out there that just hasn't served us in our very sort of mammalian evolution.
Right. No, thank you. So Daniel, to wrap up, and I'll go around everyone. What do you make of this nature? I mean, you experience the alternate nature of reality, and how does that interface with what's trying to inform us of something else? Or it doesn't matter?
these entities, right?
Whatever they are.
I think they've mastered those realms then, because it's not that we don't have the capacity to master them as well, but we made a choice to assume that the brain is creating consciousness. So we made a choice to assume, and that's an assumption, it's not a scientific fact. We made the choice to assume that physicality comes first and everything happens It's derived from physical activity and neurons firing and all of that. So all we now have to do is take the opposite assumption. If we start assuming that we exist fundamentally, regardless of the physical, then we automatically will get closer to them. It'll be easier for us to connect with them.
Right. I think that's true. John Mack also said, we need other ways of knowing, not intellectual, not thought process, but
we are
more,
stuck in our way
no,
of thinking. Yeah.
We're stuck, but we're getting out of it because I think the phenomena is pushing us to see that it's not intellect, it's knowing. I think the telepathy tapes do that. These kids have pure knowing, not thinking. So
the phenomena might be ourselves at some level, waking this version ourselves up.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Okay, Riz, what's your final statement about the nature of reality? Not that there is a final statement. But,
well, my final statement would just be a series of propositions. The first is that the world consists of information, not physical matter. The second is that information gets computed. The third is that it appears to us as if it's physical. And the fourth is that it's actually a big hoax that we agree to participate in. And many people may have heard of the film critic Roger Ebert, and he died a few years ago, and his wife was with him, and she said the last thing he said before he died was, "Oh my God, it's all a big hoax." And it turns out that's what the mystics have been telling us all along, is what we think of physical reality is really some kind of a hoax, but that we agreed to be a part of.
Isn't what the UFOs are showing us, that, hey, we don't have the whole picture of reality here. They're infusing their presence here. So it's not just a hoax. It's something bigger than what Paul said that we can imagine, probably. And we need to stay available to that. So the nature of reality is still being built, I guess. So, Paul, any final words? Any conclusions?
No, I'll leave it with what Riz said. I thought that was well said.
All right. I don't know if we've gotten anywhere, but we've asked a lot of questions, and I think these perspectives don't have answers, but they have possibilities to consider. And thank you all for being here. Paul and Riz will be at the Conscious Life Expo in February at the LAX Hilton. Come there, and Daniel will be holding court in San Diego someplace, and
I'll be in Brazil at that time.
And what's your podcast, Daniel?
It's called the High Consciousness Podcast.
Great. And how do people find you, Riz?
They can go find me on Twitter, Riz Stanford, or on Instagram at Riz Cambridge, or to my website, zenentrepreneur.com.
And Paul, where are you at?
I've got a pretty anemic social media footprint, but Paul Hynek on Twitter.
But they can meet you at the Conscious Life Expo, okay?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you all. And I appreciate just the conversation. And if we had more time, we can go into more details. But thank you for being here today and being part of this this forum on looking at the phenomena from many different perspectives. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Alan. Paul, Riz.
Thanks, Al.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
All right. And now I think we have another promo here for the UAPedia .ai. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. UAPedia.ai is sponsoring this conference, and it's a resource for everyone to look at and see what's there. You can add your own opinions, send your own papers in. We're trying to expand a really solid base of information. So definitely tuning out into that. Now, this panel, these people are people I really, this is what I'm really excited about, because this is really where the rubber meets the road, or not to be too cliche, but the experiencer phenomenon is the key to this whole thing. None of this makes sense because you're not going to trust the government. You're not going to trust theories. Great, the nature of reality could be talked about forever, but the nature of experience is something that I think we all need to pay attention to, because this is where we intersect with the phenomena. So I'll give everyone about 10 minutes to kind of discuss their perspective, and then we'll go into a panel discussion. And what the people who organized this said to me is, let's talk about purpose and meaning. Now, I wasn't sure what that meant. How does meaning and purpose have to do with this? But I thought, Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning was, it's not how we understand something, but how do we respond to the phenomena? That's what gives meaning to something. And one of the heroes of this field is Whitley Strieber. When he was shocked and traumatized by this phenomena, he did something, I think, very courageous in upstate New York. After being assaulted and abused, basically, he went back into the woods to meet these beings and confront them on another level. So, Whitley, I'm so happy you're here and that your work has made such a difference to experiences around the world. He got 200,000 letters, him and Anne, that are now housed at Jeffrey Kripal's Archives of the Impossible at Rice University. And Whitley, you have been a pioneer in this field and an important player. So how can we approach this to give people an understanding what this phenomenon really means? What does the experience mean to people? And meaning is not understanding, but how do we respond to something we can't understand? Does that make sense, Whitley?
Well, given the nature of the question, I can only say I hope so. The problem, the core problem, is that we don't have a baseline in this at all. In other words, there's no, is this a physical experience? Well, I was raped during my experience, and I struggled with that for 20 years and still have medication that I use occasionally because of the scarring. It was a very severe thing. And it turned into a national or even an international joke. And so I've had the experience of having my rape laughed at for a long time. That changes you a little bit, I think. But I can understand people are scared, and half of them think it's all a bunch of nonsense. And so that, and what this gets back to is this lack of a baseline. Is there a physical experience or not? I think there is. In fact, I would say I'm sure of it, because not only did that happen to me, that physical experience happened to me. I'm wearing an implant in my left ear, which the video of the attempt to take it out, which is online, and you certainly find it on my website on unknowncountry.com or anywhere, any number of places. I think it's been on quite a few podcasts. It's proof positive that this is an anomalous object. Because in the video, the doctor sees it leave this spot here and move down into my earlobe and pulls out. He and my wife see it and describe it on the video. So there can be no question. It's obviously an anomalous object, and it's real and it's physical. But here's the but. I don't recall it being put in my head by aliens. I recall it being put in my head by two people. I recall this very vividly, They were right there in my bedroom. There was some kind of an operational thing. The house was invaded by these people. They came right past the alarm system without tripping it. And there was a group of them outside as well. It was a whole big operation, obviously. And they came, they put it in, and they left. Now, fine. So, it's being done by people. Now, here's the next but. But it is totally anomalous. It functions in an anomalous way. It functions very well, in fact. It opens up a slit in my right eye, and I can read words passing through the slit. It's not there right now, but it's very often there, especially when I'm writing. So there's something going on there. And it's somewhere at a kind of a razor's edge between our world and some other world in which we do participate physically. Now, what about the close encounter phenomenon and all of the narrative, the vast narrative? When those letters started to come in after we published Communion, it only took about 5 or 6 days before the first letters came in. And, an author gets maybe 10 letters when they publish a book, 20, maybe a big author gets 100. We were getting 1,000 letters a day in heaps on the living room floor. And I did not know what to do with them. And we can't read them and we can't throw them out because you look at one of them, it had a person's name and address on it and everything, and the detailed and very, very often very private description of things that had happened in their life. I said, we can't throw them out and I can't possibly read them all. And she said, well, I can. And she did. For the next, I think, 15 years, she and the lady she hired from reading the letter, she found her secretary in the letters. It turned out she was an excellent secretary. She lived right down the street, and she'd had quite a few experiences. Her name was Lori Barnes. And they worked together for all those years. Now the letters are at Rice. Some of them, probably about 20% of them, maybe at Rice, maybe less. But anyway, they're there. It's a substantial number. Now, here's the thing, though. What do they mean? It is such a complicated, enormous body of something. Is it a body of knowledge? Is it the human imagination somehow intersecting with half-believed stories from other people and a massive, overwhelming generation of essentially a gigantic communal work of fiction? I don't know. We have to find that out. And we can find that out. I'm absolutely convinced of it. There are the way I know the way to start. The way to start is with a baseline of what happened physically to these people. And the interesting thing is the brain, when information comes in through the senses, the brain handles that in its executive function area one way. But when it's generated by imagination, it doesn't handle it that way. And using a functional MRI scanner and careful interviews of witnesses, it's not impossible to believe that we could find over time, if we interviewed enough witnesses in this way, breaking down their claimed experiences very carefully, we might be able to find a baseline in what happened to them physically. Because my assumption is I'm not in question about whether or not something physical is there. I am very much certain that there is a physical aspect of it. But what I am in question about is exactly what that is. I remember what happened to me vividly. I'll never forget it. I mean, you wake up in a room full of giant insects and they've got getting ready to intrude on your body medically it's a hard thing to forget. So that is really deep in my mind. And however, where did I really wake up? Were these beings what they seemed to be? And this gets back to the last panel. Is this a game or not? And if it is a game, then what in the world are they doing? Are they part of the game, or are they cheaters moving around the ponds when the other side isn't looking? Or is it something else? Is it something even perhaps that we have not been able to articulate yet? A way of looking at reality and experiencing being that we have not yet been able to put into words at all. I don't know. But I do know this. The events happen. They are physically real. They are very dynamic, and they generate an enormous amount of narrative. We don't know what that narrative means yet, but we can. I wait a minute. Let me finish. I've got my minute and a half left.
Yeah.
And I'm going to start a foundation very soon. It's all worked out, and it's been approved by one of the states, and we will go to this. We will find out what that baseline is and take this to the next level. Okay, now I'm down to 1 minute, and whoever was going to ask me a question.
No, I was just going to say, what did you learn by going back into the woods after that trauma? Why did you do that, and what did you learn?
Well, I learned the rest of my life. I can't answer that in 2 seconds. That was I went back in the woods because I was more curious than afraid, and more a fool than not. And human beings are here because we do tend to be more curious than afraid and more fools than not. I was no different from anyone else. Many people wouldn't have gone back in the woods, but I was not one of those people. And what I learned was the beginning of a relationship that has become the largest, most complicated relationship I've ever had in my life with anybody. And I think it is probably the most extensive relationship with NHI that has ever been articulated in writing or anywhere, and objectively articulated in writing. I'm not a believer at all. So, Okay, my 10 minutes are up. I'm watching the clock.
Okay,
Next.
Thank you. Stick around because we're going to bring everyone into a discussion, but that was excellent. Next up is Kimberly, then Jeff, and let me just read a little description because I'm not as familiar with you, Kimberly, as I am with Whitley and Jeffrey Kripal. But Dr. Kimberly Engels is an associate professor of philosophy at Malloy University and research director of the John E. Mack Institute, focusing on existentialism, phenomenology, and ethics in relationship to the UAP and counter narratives. She serves as the advisory board for the Society of UAP Studies and is working on a book about experiencers' accounts and their ethical and their consciousness implications. So thank you, Kimberly. Do you have something you prepared you want to share?
Yes. Did this work? Can you see it?
I don't see it right now. Did you add it to the, oh yeah, I see it now. Go for it.
Okay. All right. So slideshow. So in my 10 minutes today, I want to speak a little bit about narrative flattening. And this actually will build on what Whitley just spoke about, and how we can use phenomenology to resist narrative flattening and honor the complexity of experience or testimony. So when people talk about UAP disclosure, there is often an imagined future moment when the right authority releases the right information and everything clicks into place. But I think a deeper problem is not that we lack data or information. It's that we have often not been listening fully to the information we already have. For decades, people who report encounters with non-human intelligences have been partially witnessed. Their experiences are often filtered, flattened, or forced to fit inside explanations that already exist. We often ask what these phenomena are, while quietly avoiding the harder question of what these experiences ask us to do, how they alter perception, identity, ethics, and the limits of our current ways of knowing, doing, and being. Ultimately, I think we need to move beyond the question of whether or not to believe experience or testimony, and instead ask what testimony prompts or asks from us, how it calls us to participate in a wider, multidimensional reality. So this idea of narrative flattening is the distinction between these two questions that I have here on the screen now. And that is the difference between the question that I think we should ask when we're examining experience or accounts, like Whitley's and others, of what is sincerely described as appearing in lived experience, right? In physical reality, in the noetic dimensions, in all aspects of the experience. This is the question I think we should be asking. But I think far too often we're asking the second question, which is, what do I already know how to see? In other words, how do I take what has been communicated and fit it into the boundaries of the real and the unreal, or the possible and the impossible that I have already established? Ingo Swann called these our reality boxes. So far too often we hear a particular testimony or story, and we don't listen to all parts of it. We don't witness it fully. So these are just a few examples of ways that we tend to flatten testimony, okay? Because this comes also from individuals working with different hypotheses about what UAP ultimately are, like focused on this question of what is it, right? So when we start with the traditional ET hypothesis, you're going to bring certain things into focus. You're going to focus on the technological capacities, the idea of space travel, how they get here, this idea that this is, physically coming from another planet and how that might be possible. And you're going to look at narratives that affirm that idea that these are piloted by extraterrestrials. But then certain things get flattened out when that's what you're looking at testimony, when you're looking with the ET hypothesis in mind. The appearance of human figures, that's very common in this testimony. Whitley and his late wife Anne, the appearances of the dead that often show up in these stories. Noetic experiences, right? Expanded states of consciousness, psychical phenomena that accompany them, the time distortions, extended, missing, condensed time. Alternatively, someone might take the future human hypothesis, okay? And then they will focus on the time distortions. They will focus on the human and human-like figures that appear with the idea that these are piloted by human beings from the future. But certain things are still going to get flattened out, right? The shape-shifting figures that appear, the spiritual symbolism, including animals, the beings appearing as owls or deer, the manted beings that appear, or the figures that are not in any way human-looking, right? Are the furthest from human or are not humanoid. Or the spiritual and religious valence that is often reported in these experiences, even from individuals who do not come to the experience with any particular religious belief or framework, who had a very secular worldview before they started encountering these phenomena. Similarly, some people take, imaginal daimonic realm or this like ontological third space hypothesis, which will then focus on the altered states of consciousness or the noetic dimensions, the out-of-body dimensions. They will look at the spiritual symbolism and the spiritual valence, but they may flatten out the corporeal experiences, the aspects of this that are distinctly physical, that do occur in waking state consciousness, in what we understand as consensus physical reality, and where they are confident that they experienced an embodied being. Psychologically reductive, of course, they're going to focus on the subjective experience, what's going on with the individual's inner mental state, but they're going to flatten out the intersubjective elements, or the experiencer's mental stability, or the patterns that we see across testimony. So if you're looking with a lens and you're looking with this question of what do I already know how to see, a lot gets, to use Jeff Kripal's metaphor, a lot gets left off the table of consideration. So I think that this is actually a form of epistemic injustice, and I'm happy to follow up on this more. But experiencer testimony is often ontologically threatening, meaning it challenges our existing categories for what exists, for what is real. It also introduces ontological ambiguity where it's not clear what something is. We've heard over and over again today that we don't know what this is. And it often demands the possibility of new ontological categories, that we add new items to our ontological inventory of things that could potentially exist. And when something is ontologically threatening, when it challenges the boundaries, our filters of possibility in terms of what we think could potentially be real or possible, it's often flattened, dismissed, reinscribed within familiar categories, and witnesses are not treated as reliable conveyors of their own experience. Their meaning making is not engaged, and the most profound aspects of the experience might be left off the table. So in my work, I think, what's the solution to this narrative flattening? I argue for the use of a layered restorative phenomenology that is both descriptive, generative, and interpretive. So descriptive is what most people are familiar with when we talk about phenomenology, this move of bracketing, examining what appears to consciousness in conscious experience without necessarily assuming its source or origin. And that, I think, really has to be the starting point when we're examining experiencer narratives. But I also think we need to take it to the generative and the interpretive level. A generative phenomenology examines how experiences generate perceptions of a life world, how they restructure the parameters of subjectivity through which we understand what the self is, what otherness is, how we generate new categories and forms of meaning. And at the interpretive level, we also start examining the experiencer's own sense-making process, how they interpret and make sense of what appears, how they integrate it into their understanding of their own worldview and values. So these are some phenomenological themes. I've done a lot of work on experiencer narratives. I've looked at Whitley's letters that are in the archives at Rice. I've looked at John Mack's multi-witness study and some of the letters and transcripts from his work. I've done interviews with experiencers. I've looked at the accounts on the Reddit forum. These are some of the descriptive themes that emerge. And I know I'm short on time, so I actually want to move to the more generative and interpretive themes, because this is where I think it gets really interesting. The profound moral and ethical transformations that are often reported by individuals who go through this experience. And this is often what happens over time. So there's a destabilization of the ego, the identity, the sense of self. The parameters of what's thought of as the self are forcibly dislodged. Multidimensional subjectivity emerges that is not limited to being understood through the body or even to the parameters of spatiotemporal reality as we know it. It's a sense of self that is inherently multidimensional, that it includes the body, but also transcends it. There's this theme of encountering unknown otherness. So new possibilities for meeting otherness without demanding that it assimilate, and an expanded post-anthropocentric circle of moral considerability. So extending moral consideration to the advanced non-human entities, to non-human animals, to plant life. The earth itself kind of enters into the circle of moral and consideration. And experiencers often report a deep felt sense of interconnectedness with all that is, something that really dissolves the boundary between self and other or subject and object and changes how they live in the aftermath. So I'm wrapping this up, I promise. I know I'm almost out of time. But UAP essentially prompts the question, we have to ask, who are you to this unknown other? And so simultaneously, we're prompted to ask, who are we in light of this, right? Experiencers have confronted these questions head on in their lived experience. Moving into fuller witnessing of what they are communicating moves us out of the position of belief and into one of participation. What comes into view are recurring patterns of transformation, meaning-making, ethical reorientation, and altered relationality that leaves everything on the table without flattening. Contact experiences are ultimately about encountering an unknown other and how we collectively will show up to meet this, leaving our filters of possibility at the door. The question then is not one of what the phenomenon ultimately is, but whether we are willing to become the kind of participants and subjects capable of encountering and exploring it without reduction or premature closure. Thank you very much, and I am happy to field any further questions in the Q&A.
Yeah, we'll do a panel. That is excellent because it's so important that we don't reduce this phenomena to something we think we know. It's transactional. It's beyond that. So let me bring Jeffrey Kripal into this, and then we'll have a little discussion. I'll just read a little bit here about Jeffrey. Kripal is the American Scholar of Religion at Rice University, and he's known for his work on extreme religious states, mysticism, esotericism, the paranormal, arguing that the impossible phenomena of UFOs, near-death experiences, etc., are crucial to understanding consciousness and reality and the future of humanity, essentially. So, Jeffrey, I just have I sent you some questions, but the question I really want to ask you is that have to do with sort of what Whitley and Kimberly said. The impossible does not become acceptable by reducing it to the familiar. It becomes acceptable when the human imagination expands enough to hold it. So what are the means in which we can expand our imaginative capacities to hold this undefined phenomena? Does that make sense?
That's just a little question.
Or you want something simpler? Good to see you, Jeffrey. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah.
And,
no, I'll definitely address your question, Alan. Because I think it's kind of the elephant in the living room, as it were.
Yeah.
Maybe, I like to orbit. I like to answer questions by orbiting a planet and then, kind of
landing.
I don't really hit the question head on.
That's okay.
Because people are always disappointed by my answers, but the orbit's good. First of all, let me speak about Whitley and Kim. I don't think you are an ordinary person, Whitley. Eric Wargo has this funny phrase, precogs hooked up to printers. And what he means by that is writers are really, really interesting because they're hooked up to printers. They publish a lot of books. And the thing about Whitley, and I'm addressing Whitley here, is he's written a lot of books about this very thing, this very topic. And we now can read, we have the privilege of reading those books and responding to them. And my experience with experiencers is that not everybody is so gifted. Not everybody can write like that. So, and this implant, Whitley, that you have in which you read these things across the eye, again, it's a form of inspiration for you. It's a form of literary inspiration. And I think this is just so important to keep this in mind. With Kim, this flattening, one of my long held convictions, and this was before I got into the abduction phenomena, working with experiencers, mostly in the near-death experience community, is that the first story they tell me is never the whole story. It's always weirder than that, So they'll lay out a story, and I'm like, yeah, that's not the whole story. And then they'll tell me the story again, and it gets weirder, and then it gets weirder, and then it gets weirder, and it just goes on, and it never ever makes sense. It never fits in. And by making sense, I mean, it never fits into our existing categories. So there's something about, and so by weird, I don't mean that in I think the anomalous is a function of our models. I think it's a function of us. I don't think it's a function of reality, if I can speak
Right.
like that. I think reality is reality, and it's not our boxes. It's not what we bring to it. And I think the abduction phenomena really speaks to this very powerfully. Now, to get to your question, what I think is happening in the abduction phenomenon is that stories, cultural stories, psychological stories, psychosocial stories are breaking down. And something is communicating with us, probably us on some other level, and saying, don't believe that story anymore, or don't tell that story. And so I think we're being called to tell a different story. And I think what we call religion, or what our ancestors called religion, or what our ancestors called science, or what we call science today, I think these are ways that we have understood the world and we frame the world. And science in particular works really well to describe this physical reality, but it works very poorly to describe our experiences. And so I think we're being called to tell, Alan, to answer your question, I think we're being called to tell a different story. And I think the meaning question really is the present meanings just don't work. They work for some people, but they don't work for a lot of people. They certainly don't work for the people experiencing these anomalous phenomena. And I think that's exactly why the anomalous phenomena happen.
So, yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say, so, I mean, we get into on the panel discussion, what would that new story look like? I mean, it's not formulated yet, but what do you suppose?
Okay. So that's what we're trying to do at Rice with the Archives of the Impossible. We're trying to create a kind of we're trying to authorize people's experiences. We're trying to authorize people. Right. And the idea is that people who have PhDs in various disciplines are really interested in talking about this, and we want to create a space where they can talk about it and where they can analyze it and philosophize about it and do their anthropology or do their physics or do their astronomy or whatever it is. Now, that is not the full answer. That is not, I'm not suggesting that's adequate, but that's where I find myself in a university, and I think that's a good start to this process. People always want an answer, Alan. They want to know, is it future humans? Is it extraterrestrials? Is it daimons? What is it? Tell me what it is. And my response, which I think sometimes is heard as a form of opaqueness, is I don't know. Right. But let's have a conversation. And so, one of the things I say a lot is that certainly what the Archives of the Impossible is about, it's about a conversation. It's not about a conclusion. Right. It's not about a conviction. And I think Whitley and Kim would say the same thing. We're not here to give a final answer to people. We're here to open up a conversation that needs to be had. And it's not happening on a public kind of broad level. I mean, we get quick answers. Oh, it's extraterrestrials, or oh, it's nonsense, or oh, something is always flattened. Right. To use Kim's language, which I think is absolutely spot on. Mm-hmm. Now, the two things I've learned. I mean, I do want to sort of conclude with the two things I've learned just sort of running these archives and talk about them. When I say Archives of the Impossible, I mean there are about 20 to 25 of these physical archives. So there are multiple collections here that range from everything from Whitley's collection, which is 3,400 letters, by the way, that Anne, it's kind of the creme de la creme of what Anne read. And we still have Anne's notes on them. And, researchers can come and look at those. Everything from those to remote viewing, to physical mediumship, to graphic novels, to, Fate magazine, to you name it. I mean, we have 25 of these collections. And so they're a physical archive, and they're designed to increase this conversation. Mm-hmm. The two things I have taken away from this, I've been trying to organize and host this for about 10 years now. One is the physicality of the experience. I don't think this is just about people having visions or seeing apparitions. I think there is they're interacting with physically, and that just blows all of our circuits right there. At least it blows mine. And I also think it's all connected. I really do think that the near-death experience and the abduction experience and the DMT experience, I really do think somehow, we don't know how, they're connected. And so that's what I'm trying to push, in terms of these conferences and in terms of these physical archives. It's very much what Kim said. It's, let's keep everything on the table. Let's talk about this. Let's authorize this. And let's not settle for some easy answer. And if you reduce it to your religion, oh, it's all demons, or it's all angels. Or if you reduce it to your science, oh, it's all hallucination, or it's all physics, or it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It will explain maybe some of these experiences or cases, but it will not explain all of them. And so I'm constantly saying, hold back. Let's think impossibly. And by that, I mean, let's not use the categories that our religions have given us or that our sciences have given us. Let's think about new ways of doing this.
Right. Well, thank you, Jeff. What you're saying reminds me of what I think Anne said to Whitley, that the human race is too young to ask questions or to have answers. What was that, Whitley?
It was the human race is too young to have beliefs. What we need are good questions. She was very much of an anti-reductionist, I think.
There you go. That's it.
So in what Viktor Frankl says, it's not what, there's no explanation maybe, but it's how do we respond? That's what makes meaning. What, and the meaning emerges over time, but it's not anything real. It's just the meaning we give it. So, but maybe the big question is, how do we respond to the phenomena? And then maybe an explanation will come. Does that
I
make
think
sense?
I think that Jeff summed up that whole issue very well when he said, and I've heard him say this many times, we are being called to tell a different story. And this is the key. The stories that we have told ourselves about what the world is don't fit this. Because as Jeff just said, there is near-death experience, contact with the dead, DMT experiences, and alien abduction are all somehow on the same spectrum. But there's a physical aspect to it. The alien abduction part of it opens a door that's completely unexpected. Because this is what happens when you have an alien abduction is you walk into a DMT experience, and when you come out, you can't sit down. That's basically the difference. And what in the world is that about? So the being called. I want to just break this sentence down. Like so many things Jeff says, there's an incredible compression to his brilliance, and there's a lot in those few words. Being called. We are being called by the experience on a whole lot of different levels. And one of the things that's important is to look back in the past to see when that call began, because it began sometime. There was a time when we were not really being called, but then comes in the 19th century, the mid-19th century, suddenly people like Joseph Smith come up with these bizarre ideas of being visited by angels, and a whole huge religion comes up out of it. The mediumship phenomenon comes into existence. Daniel Douglas Home starts to levitate. Something happened. There was plenty of levitation in the Middle Ages, as Carlos N. Ayer's book, They Flew, indicates. But it wasn't it wasn't something that mattered in the society, and it didn't seem to speak about us. But these anomalous experiences that speak about us. I've been in Stuart Alexander's seance that Leslie Kane considers him the best physical medium in the world. I've had the experience of sitting in that seance and watching impossible events unfold in the room, all in front of my face. In fact, he had the spirit trumpets flying around in the room, and I was sitting there thinking, this must be a magic trick. Whereupon the spirit trumpet stopped, came back, arrived in front of my face, came up to my nose, and began rubbing itself up and down on my nose. It literally rubbed my nose in it. And I thought to myself, this is the end. I do not know the story. I do not know the story. Okay, now tell. How do we tell? What do we say? How do we tell the story in a way that's really new? And that, by that I mean the story enters the conversation not as not with its both its ambiguities and its factual basis intact. That's when it begins to be new. When we have accepted that there's a factual level, and that we have focused the ambiguities in such a way that we have not, as Kimberly warned, reduced them. Then
Right.
different.
Well, let me ask Kimberly, if we
Go
don't
ahead.
put
No, go
things
ahead.
in.
Yeah, I can talk. Listen, you got to be careful with me. I'll talk all morning.
No, and I love it, Whitley. I really do love your insights.
But I know we've got Jeff and Kimberly, and I'm very eager to hear, because Kimberly, I have to tell you, that was absolutely fascinating and brilliantly put together. And there's a hell of a lot there. So let's go.
Yeah. So if we don't put it into boxes, Kimberly, if we don't make it, what do we do with it? It just is amorphous. I mean, how do we deal with this phenomena without flattening it or putting it somewhere?
I mean, it's a difficult question, but the first step is that you have to get really comfortable with ontological ambiguity, right? With like it not necessarily with comfortable with not knowing exactly what it is, right? We can describe how it behaves, and that's how phenomenology is actually really helpful here. Like describing what appears, describing what it does, describing how it shows up in consciousness, how people interpret it, how it changes them. Like, I think that is all part of it, how it changes not just the people who experience it, but those who study it as well, how it offers opportunities for us to kind of rethink some of these categories. And on one of the slides that I couldn't go too much into detail about, you know, I was talking about these experiences. One of the most common phenomenological themes is the blurring of binaries and the liminality, right? Like the distinction between mind and matter. It gets blurred. The distinction between human and non-human gets blurred. The distinction between self and other, what's coming from me, what's coming from outside of me, like that gets blurred. The distinction between the living and the dead, like that gets blurred too. Between technology and nature, blurred. So all of these categories that we use to kind of make sense and organize a world are kind of fundamentally put into question, and we have to get really comfortable with putting them into question. Because once we've put them into question, once we're willing to step back and say, okay, the categories that we use to make sense of the world are tentative, they're not absolute, they're not fixed, they're not the final word, then we do have that opportunity for a new story that Jeff was talking about. And I said at my talk in Rice, this is the opportunity for a new story for humanity, but we have to have the courage to write it. And I think the first step to having the courage to write it is that we are willing to sit with this ontological ambiguity. We're willing to sit with the dissolving of many of these categories that we've used to make sense of the world, because when we're willing to sit with their dissolution, what emerges out of it might be something that is more aligned and that is working better. You know, as Jeff is saying, our current story doesn't work for a lot of people. So what could emerge out of letting these categories dissolve, you know, what rises from that could be a story that works better for more people and that helps us integrate into like this multidimensional reality in a way that is more holistic, more open, and just, you know, leads to more better ways of relating. I'll pause
Right.
there.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking, listening to what Whitley was saying, and Jeffrey also, that this is physical, and yet maybe we have to redefine what physical is. I mean, I had an experience, I didn't remember, but with something happened. I had a mark on the back of a 4-prong puncture mark that first I said it must be a spider bite. And then I happened to run into people who worked with Bud Hopkins, and they said, no, that's an abduction mark. I said, what? I mean, that did two things. It freaked me out and pulled me down the rabbit hole. Oh my God, how could this happen? I didn't remember it. So there's something to us, Jeff, that we think is physical, and maybe there's another extension of physical. How do you understand that? I mean, or not even, how do you deal with that? What do we do with that what we think is physical, it might be more to it than that? Anything, Jeff?
Oh, did you ask me that
I
question?
did ask you that question because I want to know what you have to think, what you think about, because
I'm with Kim on this one totally. I mean, I think what we mean by physical, we mean real, right? We mean material. We mean we could study it. We can quantify it. We mean we can do a science with it. And I just think we have to get to a worldview where the material and the mental are not separate. And, you know, so I refer to these phenomena as non-dual signals. That's Kim's blurring of the boundaries. I think it really does blur the boundaries. On the other hand, you know, going back to Whitley's trumpet experience, I think it's us. I really do. I think we're speaking to us. And so my constant concern is, for God's sake, listen, because it's us speaking. And so the trumpet, I mean, the rubbing in the nose, that's fantastic. It's also funny, you know, so there's a kind of humor here, there's a kind of reflexivity here, but there's also a use of a very human metaphor, rubbing it in the nose, and it's I'm sure it's an English metaphor as well. So gosh, something's speaking to us, and it's us. So, and it's blurring the boundaries, and it's getting us to this worldview in which the physical isn't just physical, it's also mental or spiritual.
Right. So maybe we need to start fresh, Whitley, and say, you know, what we think is real, what we think is physical, what we think is separate, we need to redefine it all, in a sense. Would you say?
Well, you know, one of the things that we need to do is to realize, I think this is all physical. I think that the issue here is that we don't have a complete picture of the whole physical world.
Right.
I think that these things that we see, ghosts and aliens and all of these things, are part of the physical world. Mental telepathy is quite real, for example, and there's no connection at all between the people who do telepathy. I've now done telepathy quite a few times with people who are practiced in it, who are spellers, and it's easy when I'm with them. But the thing is, there's no detectable connection. I don't agree there. I think there is a detectable connection, but we haven't discovered it yet, any more than in 1850, we had discovered radio, but it was there. And this is a question of extending the definition of the physical, because ultimately I think that's all there is. But I think that there is the spectrum of the physical is much broader and much more unlimited than it appears from the viewpoint of bodies that are embedded in the stream of time, basically.
Right. But yeah, I get that. And I think time and space are key to this because we don't understand them either. And this phenomena seems to be able to manipulate time, manipulate consciousness, maybe manipulate space and their travel. So if they are us or not, we need to sort of grow up and learn what the true nature of consciousness is. And this is the problem. It has reset us to zero where we know nothing, and get rid of all the assumptions, Kimberly, and start fresh. How do we start fresh? And maybe I asked that before, to qualify. Maybe we don't need qualification. Where do we begin? That's what I'm saying from here.
I mean, I think that a good place to begin, like I said, is listening and centering experiencer testimonies phenomenologically, with kind of like this multi-layered phenomenology that is both starting at the descriptive level, leaving our assumptions at the door, leaving our reality boxes at the door, leaving our boundaries of the real and the unreal to the extent possible, right? There's never going to be a completely interpretation free, but how many of our assumptions can we leave behind and just look at what is described as happening? And sometimes it's occurring as a physical experience. Sometimes, there's aspects of it that don't seem to be physical in the traditional sense, right? Like the individual may have an experience with their eyes closed that's very noetic or out of body or something like that. But then, they wake up and they have some kind of physical mark on them, like you said. So it straddles those boundaries. But how is it experienced? How is it lived? And, what emerges from not just the experience itself, but how it changes the individuals in the aftermath. Because I think that is an underdeveloped aspect of this phenomenon, is how individuals emerge from these experiences very transformed. So that's why I think we need the other phenomenological components, the generative and interpretive phenomenology. How does this change how they show up and interact in a life world? How they think about themselves, how they think about otherness, how they relate to otherness. And how does this common phenomenological experience of these categories breaking down and there being just kind of a sense that everything is one thing. Whitley said everything is physical. We could also just say everything is consciousness. I think those are just kind of two ways of saying the same thing. We're describing it a little differently, right? But it's a very deeply felt sense in a lot of these experiences that everything is one, and that actually becomes kind of that's kind of almost the 0 point that you're talking about. That's the starting over for many of these experiencers. They then come out of that with an understanding that at the deepest level, everything is one thing, and that affects their relationality, their ethics, how they're showing up. And I think we can do that at a collective level too.
Well, I think that, is the reset. But let me read one statement by Jeffrey Kripal here, that I think this is you, Jeffrey. He says, these experiences are not marginal. They're central to human meaning making, and we need new tools to interpret them. So they're essential, I think, is what the rest of the world has missed, that in order to flatten out reality. Jeffrey, you have a response to that?
Yeah, I mean, so this is my colleague Charlie Stang talking, but what happened in the West is we flattened or removed the middle realm, and in the sciences there is no middle realm. We just say it's all hallucination. But in the Christian theological world, we moralized it. Oh, it's good or evil, it's demons or it's angels. But there's actually this middle realm that is really obvious in other cultures and other religions, that it is not good or evil, and it's filled with living entities. And we have no way of thinking about that other than moralizing it or saying it doesn't exist, and that's a problem. And I'm not saying we should go back to the answers or go to the answers of some other culture or some other time period. We need to move forward and use our best tools that we have right now.
Well, that is why we're having this discussion, because there is no going back. We have to move forward. We have to create the fourth mind, as Whitley says. And so I think that's why we have to start in a way where we know nothing about consciousness or physicality or experience. I mean, we know something, but we have to. What were you going to say, Jeff?
Yeah. So, Alan, what I want to say here, so this is going to sound,
No, it's okay.
yeah, it's going to sound provocative, but actually, nothing here surprises me. And because I'm a historian of religions, and so when people talk about ontological shock, I'm like, what do you think every religion is? It's an ontological shock to the culture that from which it arose. So
Right.
so all of this is very familiar, and even something like disclosure is actually a perfect translation of apocalypse, by the way. That's
Yes.
literally what it means. And
Mm.
it's not just the end of the world, it's the revelation of reality.
Mhm.
And so these things have a familiarity to them, but they're in a zone that I think we dismiss in the modern world.
Right.
And I don't want us to do that. I don't think we should do that.
Well, from a personal level, Jeff, you had that ontological moment, I think, in India, where suddenly,
Right, right. But it wasn't shocking because it had a cultural context.
oh, but it was shocking to the individual
Oh yeah,
sense
sure,
of being. And that's
sure.
what the world is moving into. You read Whitley Strieber's Communion, it's going to shake you up in a good
Well,
way. I
well,
mean,
but only if you inhabit a particular worldview.
right. So that's it. We flatten it. We don't have to flatten anything into a worldview anymore. Let's start with asking questions, as Anne Strieber would say. And Whitley, any final comments from you about where we're moving?
Well, I think that where we're moving is maybe not a long way off, maybe it's a very long way off. It is an answer to the simple question, why is it like this? And by that, I mean the whole vastness that we see around us and experience within us. Why is it like this and not some other way? Another simple part of it. There is one constant called the fine structure constant. It's 1/137th. Everything looks and functions the way it does because of that measurement being exactly that long. And unlike all of the other constants, it has no apparent origin. So if we look past it, are we looking at the mind of God and therefore also into our own eyes? That's my final statement.
Well, that's a good thing. I'm still in the question though. So Kimberly, what you're accessing from the experiences is something new has happened to people, and we need to be with it somehow, right? I mean, what's your objective in pursuing that experiencer mission?
Yeah, we absolutely need to be with it, and we need to witness it fully, and we need to be willing to make ourselves uncomfortable sometimes in witnessing it fully, because there's just aspects of this that are going to challenge whatever worldview we're bringing to the table. It tends to shatter a lot of our delineations. Some of it's going to be more ontologically shocking for some than others, but really, truly leaving it all on the table, as Jeff says, that asks a lot for us. And so the question is, how am I being asked to show up? Like, what is being asked of me in order to fully witness experience or testimony, to truly listen to the extent of these experiences, what they're saying, and what it means for us collectively as a species? And can we set our own assumptions, our own theories, our own hypotheses aside long enough to start with that position of full witnessing,
Right.
sit in that ambiguity, that ontological ambiguity, and then really see what can emerge from that.
Excellent. And so Jeff, I think the world is in for a rude awakening because it seems like we're getting closer to the goalposts, even though the goalposts keep moving. If you listen to James Fox's national press conference the other day that Whitley was at, you heard the testimony from this doctor who was in the room with these ETs that were physical and deeply spiritual moment of awakening, and he was in tears because he was living that reality of these other beings. And when we meet these other beings, Jeff, how do we deal with it? How do we integrate it? How do we make sense of it? That's from a non-religious place, from just a place of being, in a sense. I don't know if that's a question, but I'm just wanting to know your answer.
Well, again, that's what I think. That's what the conversation is about: is providing a framework or a story or a worldview. So when that happens, that isn't completely disjunctive. You know, I'm not saying that there isn't some kind of ontological shock or that the doctor won't be shocked by the physicality of the being. I'm not suggesting that, but it'll be a lot better if we have a worldview in which that encounter makes sense and is expected.
So what would that worldview be, if you suppose?
Well, that there are other beings. We're not
Right.
the apex. We're not at the center of the universe. We're not, we're not what we thought we were. We live in this cosmos that is one, as the experiencers say. I mean, that's a shock right there. But not a shock in the history of religions. I mean, that's a really old theme, by the way. It's a really old message, but it's a message that's completely lost or forgotten today.
Yeah, and I think there's something to do with that consciousness is moldable. It's what we think when we think of a normal way to think. It doesn't have to be that way. The way we think, it can be modulated by what we encounter. I don't know if that's a conclusion, but thank you all for your amazing work and really being a part of this movement that asks these questions, to question our beliefs, to move beyond what we know. And even if it's an experience, don't put into a box. Don't belittle your own experience, whatever it is. I mean, acknowledge it, explore it, and I don't know, be proud of it, but stand by it, because we can't argue with experience. So thank you for tuning into that. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Jeff, Whitley, Kimberly, and talk to you guys soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, so that's, I don't know if it's a conclusion, but I think these people have a handle on what's going on in the experiencer world that needs to be listened to. It needs to be applied to all our lives, that we're not what we think we are. We're not what we've been told we are, that we're so much more expanded and so much more is possible for each one of us in our physical body, in our consciousness body, in our capacity to feel. So we have one more segment left here with some of my favorite people coming in. I mean, that was great. So, we have a UAPpedia little promotion to tell you why we're doing this and what's here. So let's run that now. Okay.
Hello, and welcome to the first UAPCon, sponsored by UAPedia. UAPedia is the world's first expert-curated, AI-assisted encyclopedia dedicated to unidentified anomalous phenomena. Built by a global guild of UAP researchers, editors, authors, and experts. UAPedia was launched in 2025 at the Seoul Symposium in Italy, and since then, we have been working on building awareness of our project. We've created 250 initial entries of the nearly 2,000 entries that we have in our table of contents that's over 45 pages long. UAPedia's mission is to create a comprehensive, transparent, enduring open source record of the phenomenon to increase public understanding of UAP and create an enduring record of the phenomenon that bridges science, history, consciousness, and public understanding. We make credible UAP knowledge accessible to all through verifiable sourcing and structured categories. We feel that reliable UAP information is scattered, biased, and easily erased. There is a tremendous amount of misinformation, vandalism, speculation, and gatekeeping across the UAP information ecosystem. Our vision is a global repository where UAP information is open, factual, and built to outlast misinformation cycles. UAP exists to preserve truth and inspire inquiry across generations as humankind uncovers the phenomenon. We make credible UAP knowledge accessible to all through verifiable sourcing and structured categories. When you explore UApedia, you will find detailed case files, witness testimonies, declassified documents, scientific articles, biographies, investigative reports, historical reviews, editorials, movie reviews, and more. We're updating UApedia daily, and information is generated using developed AI tools and is verified using a claims taxonomy, source transparency, metadata layering, expert revision, editorial review prior to publication. We feel strongly that UAP is an entry point to high consciousness, and that we aspire to help people navigate their understanding of reality in order to reach a higher, more informed state of awareness. Lastly, UAPCon is 100% independent. We're not funded nor affiliated with any government or non-government agency or contractor. We're self-directed and community-based. One of our primary goals is to build community around this knowledge. We hope that you enjoy UAPedia's content and UAPCon today. If you're called to help us build this incredible database of knowledge, please reach out to us. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
From
Hello. Where'd Alan go?
We scared him away.
Here I am.
There he is. Hey, Alan.
I was just saying UApedia is sponsoring this whole conference, and it's an interactive site. So go there, contribute, suggest, share your experience, send articles. This is an open source, for everyone. So thank you, Tara. Thank you, Sean, for being here. I think there's one more group here, this final round, which is the implications of the phenomena, but we can start with Sean. How are you, Sean?
Good. Great to be here.
I'm just going to read your bio here because it's very impressive, and I think it's important what you're doing. So where's your bio? Here I have it. Here it is. Sean Esbjörn I always get your name wrong, Sean.
I know everyone does. You're in good company.
It's Harsgeds. I think it's Swedish, right? Anyway, you got your PhD from Humanities focused on philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness from the California Institute of Integral Studies. You've been recognized as a global leader in the application of integrative thinking and research methodologies, both academic and organizational context, but you also are really at the forefront of understanding this phenomena and applying it to people's personal experience, and you've kind of organized a great taxonomy of how to relate to this field, and you're taking it to an academic place people haven't taken it to before. So thanks for being here in this last panel discussion. Do you have something you've prepared?
Yeah, well, I'm ready. Yeah, I have my talking points ready to dive in.
Go for it.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Alan. And welcome everyone to this incredible groundbreaking event that's bringing us this amazing lineup of academic and professional voices exploring the UAP and NHI, non-human intelligences. these phenomena, these realities are increasingly being acknowledged as kind of part of our landscape and what's happening in the world. As Alan said, I'm Sean Acebjorn Hargens, and I'm the program director of the Integral Noetic Sciences Master's and PhD program at the California Institute for Human Science near San Diego. And this is the only accredited academic graduate program on the planet, on Earth, that allows students to focus on UAP and consciousness studies, right? It's amazing. I'm so excited. I love doing this work. We have 10 courses dedicated to the topic that students can choose from as part of their degree. And Kimberly Engels, who was just part of the last lineup, she teaches a couple courses for us. Jeff Kripal has also done an independent study with a student. And I really see this program as creating the next wave of academics and researchers focused on the UAP and NHI topic. I'm also the principal investigator for what I call Super Experiencer Research, a project that goes by the acronym WISER. And this research is exploring people who have multiple types of anomalous and noetic experiences. And I began this research really to better understand how UAP events and NHI encounters are situated in this landscape of what's often referred to as high strangeness, right? So we look at, 10 total types of anomalous and noetic experiences, including OBEs, out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, psychic experiences, paranormal, and so forth. A lot of the kind of material that Jeff Kripal, who was just with us, talks about and presents in his work. So both of these academic positions have really placed me at the center of this conversation around UAP disclosure and kind of where we're headed and what it all means. So I'm excited to kick off this new, lineup for this final segment in today's event, which focuses on the implications of the phenomenon. Which is something I've thought a lot about and discussed regularly with my students, colleagues, and fellow experiencers. So let me jump in. For most of modern history, consciousness has been treated as a side issue, right? Kind of like, let's keep it over there. That's something to be explained after physics, after biology and neuroscience have done their real work, right? So at best, consciousness is seen as epiphenomenal. At worst, it's just a big illusion. But I think the UAP phenomenon is forcing a really profound reconsideration of that whole assumption, right? So what we're encountering today through military sensor data, radar, infrared systems, eyewitness testimonies, whistleblower accounts, and thousands and thousands of direct human encounters is not simply an anomaly confined to aerospace engineering, right? It's an anomaly in our understanding of reality itself, right? Because when UAP encounters are taken seriously, not dismissively, not sensationally, but with rigorous interdisciplinary inquiry, right, we discover something remarkable, that consciousness is not peripheral to the phenomenon, but it's central to it, right? Even foundational. So the data increasingly suggests that we cannot understand UAP or non-human intelligences without also understanding altered states of consciousness, perception, cognition, meaning making, and the common transformative after effects these encounters produce in human lives, right? Because the phenomenon is not just out there, it's also happening in here. And that really changes everything. So I want to dive into a dozen key implications of the UAP phenomenon, not as a belief system, but really as a research frontier, and what it may be revealing about consciousness, human potential, and where we're headed as a global civilization. So the first one is the UAP phenomena forces an interdisciplinary epistemology and methodology, right? Because no single discipline can explain the phenomenon, right? UAP data emerges from physics and aerospace context, radar, satellite, sensor systems, military intelligence, psychology and trauma studies, religious studies, comparative mysticism, anthropology, folklore, consciousness and psi research, and so forth, right? It's a long list, right? And so it's an integral phenomenon. Reductionism collapses under its complexity, right? So the phenomenon doesn't fit inside a discipline. It cuts across all of them, right? And this goes against much of the current design of the academy, which is hyper-specialized and compartmentalized. The second one is consciousness appears fundamental, not secondary. I mentioned this in my opening remarks. So consciousness is not merely observing the phenomenon from a distance, it's participating in it in profound ways, right? Because encounters often involve altered states of consciousness, time distortion, telepathic communication with other beings, or even the craft itself, download experiences, non-local awareness, non-dual unitive experiences, right? So these cannot be explained by sensory perception alone, right? This suggests consciousness may be fundamental feature of reality, not a byproduct of matter, right? So UAP encounters behave less like external objects and more like relational events between intelligent systems, with us being, on our best days, one of those intelligent systems, right? So it's a very relational reality and phenomenon that, and these beings and these craft and ourselves are mutually enacted, right? The phenomena is mutually enacted between us and them. The third implication, mind-to-mind interaction is reported at scale, right? So telepathy is not fringe. It's one of the most consistent features of UAP and NHI encounters. And it also shows up across all 10 categories in the super experiencer research that I'm doing. So telepathy is just like baseline, right? Just seems to be a core element of consciousness. So communication is frequently reported as direct knowing, mind-to-mind exchanges, emotional or symbolic transfer. It's seen across cultures, ages, and belief systems, and it also mirrors decades of psi research. So the implication here is consciousness is not confined to our individual brains. Information transfer does not require sensory, like physical, the five senses channels, right? So information and contact relationship is going beyond our physical kind of senses and capacities. And so this really legitimizes noetic science in a powerful way. 4, mind to matter effects appear to be quite real, right? The phenomena challenges strict physical causality. We have reports of physical traces, radiation effects, healings, physiological changes, negative and positive health impacts, right? So consciousness, intention, fear, and attention often are modulating these encounters. So there's parallels with laboratory psi findings. And the core implication, I think, here is that mind and matter appear to be far more entangled than our current materialist metaphysics allow. 5, encounters produce profound after effects and capacities in people, right? And this connects directly to the super experiencer research I'm doing. The most understudied data, I would suggest, is not the craft themselves, right? It's human transformation, and because we have reports after encounters with craft or NHI of heightened intuition or psi capacities, healing abilities, synchronicities, expanded empathy, ecological concern, loss of fear of death, radical shifts in our worldview, spiritual emergencies and crises, right? So the phenomena appears to activate latent capacities within the embodied human system, right? And then 6, UAP encounters act as developmental triggers. And this is kind of related to the 5th one I just mentioned, because these encounters really often catalyze long-term developmental changes, right? Our identity, the ontological shock issue, movement from a materialist to a post-materialist paradigm or worldview, restructuring of our meaning making, and this is really powerful. 7, we live in a wild cosmos, right? The universe appears radically more diverse, inhabited, and plural than modern Western cosmologies have really prepared us for, right? So there's a wide range of reported non-human intelligences in terms of morphologies and where they come from and their intentions. There's dozens of distinct encounter typologies across cultures and eras. There's physical, semi-physical, and interdimensional and non-local intelligences that make up this landscape. And there's continuity between UAP and NHI encounters and spirit, demonic, angelic, fairy, ancestral traditions, right? So this really collapses a single species human-centric ontology. So rather than us living in this sparse universe with rare intelligence, the emerging picture really suggests a highly populated, intelligent cosmos, layered, plural, and alive with many forms of mind. And this really pushes us towards what philosophers and anthropologists are calling the ontological pluralism, which I'm going to talk more about briefly, right? So we're not living in one reality with many interpretations, but rather many real kinds of beings co-inhabiting a multidimensional, wild, in the sense that it's very diverse, cosmos. 7, we are starting to see the glimpses of the future human, right? So super experiencers may not be anomalies, but early indicators of where we're headed, right? So history shows that mystics appear before paradigm shifts, visionaries precede new worldviews, psi capacities may represent dormant human potentials, emerging evolutionary expressions, and that evolution may include consciousness itself and not just the biology. And our research of the super experiencers show that people having these experiences are much more common than it's generally realized. With our pilot study of 400 participants, 90% of them reported having 8 or more different categories of experience. All right, number 8, every academic discipline is going to be forced to reevaluate itself. The UAP is not a niche topic. It's really paradigm busting and disrupting. Biology is going to have to consider intelligence without known evolutionary lineages. Anthropology is going to have to consider non-human cultures. Religious studies are going to have to reinterpret angels, gods, spirits, and devas. Psychology is going to have to grapple with non-local mind. Physics is dealing with limits of space-time models that we currently have. Philosophy, we're seeing the collapse of materialism. So the UAP phenomena is not just adding a chapter to our textbooks, it's literally rewriting the table of contents of all of these different disciplines. 9, the end of materialist metaphysics. Materialism cannot account for the totality of the data that we're looking at. It can't explain telepathy, non-local consciousness, meaning-laden encounters, transformational effects. A post-materialist, integral consciousness inclusive framework is required and emerging, right? So we really need an integral noetic science. 10, the emergence of the future human and the post-human question. This kind of builds on what I was just saying. So the UAP-NHI phenomenon is not only challenging our models of reality, it's really challenging our very definition of what it means to be human. And Jeff Kripal often speaks to this issue, right? So many encounters and super experiencers report expanded perceptual bandwidths, heightened intuitive and telepathic capacities, increased sensitivity to subtle fields of information, so forth. These capacities closely resemble what spiritual traditions have long described as cities or extraordinary human potentials, advanced modes of perception, transpersonal cognition, right? So the phenomenon seems to be accelerating forms of human development that once unfolded slowly across generations or lifetimes, and that seems to be expedited in our current moment. And so this whole post-human dimension that we're entering into, or meta-human process, is that, it's not just about technological enhancement, it's about expanded consciousness, hybrid ontologies of intelligence, new relational modes between humans and non-human minds, a real reconfiguration of what it means to be human. So there's a lot of implications for our self-understanding, right? Around anthropology, psychology, philosophy, right? We're not just studying non-human intelligences, we are being reintroduced to ourselves through the mirror of these other beings, right? And so the last point is implications. We have this emergence of ontological pluralism, right? I think one of the deepest implications of the UAP and NHI phenomena is that reality itself may not be singular, but rather plural, right? So the Western modernity is largely operated under this powerful but narrow assumption that there's one nature and many cultures. And in this view, there's one objective physical world out there, and humans simply interpret it differently through beliefs and symbols and cultures and mythologies. And this framework obviously has shaped our science, anthropology, psychology, philosophy, religious studies. But I think the UAP-NHI phenomenon places extraordinary pressure on this assumption and basically breaks it open. Because UAP encounters regularly involve contradictory physical properties, apparitions that shift forms, objects that appear both material and immaterial, events that behave differently depending on the observer's consciousness, right? So, we really are looking at we inhabit multiple ontological worlds and realms, right? We're not just having different interpretations of a singular realm, right? There are different natures, different ontologies, different modes of being. So there's not one nature in many cultures, but many natures and many realities, right? So let me just wrap up. I think this points to this integral ontology, right? Where an integral approach does not collapse plural realities into relativism, nor does it reduce them into a single material substrate, right? We have to ask ourselves, what kind of realities exist? Under what conditions do they appear? Through what types of relationships are they enacted? And how do they overlap, interact, or interfere with each other? So with that, I will wrap up, and thank you all for being here today.
Wow, that was excellent, Sean.
Thanks, Alan. You're always so wonderful.
Well, but this is like sort of some of the answers people are looking for, and you've kind of put it together, laid it out in a very accessible way, because of course the materialistic paradigm is disappearing, and that's what the next few speakers will be addressing particularly. But thank you, Sean, and you'll come back for this discussion. And now I'll introduce some of my favorite people, some of my closest colleagues who are here now to present their material. Let me just find their bio, because they like it to be read, their actual bio, because I introduce them all the time, and it's always something I know about them. But Doctors JJ and Desiree Hertog are, let me just find this because I want to get this right, are linguists, they're academics, they are founders of the Academy for Future Science, an international NGO, non-government organization associated with the UN. They're social scientists and futurists. Dr. J.J. Hertog also specializes in remote sensing, remote viewing, and space law. He's the author of 20 books, including the best-selling worldwide phenomenon, The Keys of Enoch. Desiree and JJ travel the world, giving lectures to people around the planet, not just on UFOs, UAP, but spirituality, awakening consciousness, higher over self-awakening lectures. So they are really interested in the consciousness field. Dr. JJ has 2 PhDs, and Desiree has a PhD. So thank you both for being here. They're also great students and commentators on the UFO phenomena, and they have a chapter in my book.
Yes.
Making contact.
And we'll talk about that too, because that's very cool. And it was really a pleasure to be after Sean, because as you know, we talk about consciousness, and he made that a principal point. And that's really true, because we agree with him that consciousness of who we are is not limited to our body. The sad thing is that basically we have been limited to our 5 senses, and all of our work, including with Tara and Alan, is to move us beyond that, and that's part of our studies as well.
Western science has been really centered on the left hemisphere, the analytical, in the absence of the right hemisphere, which is the metaphysical, the musical, poetically speaking, the feminine side, recognized by the philosophies of the Far East. So our work is really to understand the synthesis of both left and right hemispheres in the context of the higher consciousness expansion, which is the fundamental. We're no longer looking at traditional science, which thinks of consciousness as a flow of sodium ions from one part of the brain to the other. The consciousness is the foundation of all reality. In our work with leading scientists at Stanford Research Institute and various universities, it's clear that we are multidimensional beings waking up in a vast and awesome universe, having both local as well as non-local potential. And so people who have had these ETI experiences, have had these higher spiritual experiences, are really opening the gates, as the ancient scholars and sages would say, the Sha'ar, the gates of vibration. And our work has been to look at the vibratory acoustics, the vibratory physics, and what I call the musical linguistics of how we must participate in the vibration of raising our consciousness. Not just talk about it, like in a two-dimensional, three-dimensional sentence. That has been the problem of historic science, is to categorize without experience. And without experience, there is no real authentic new being, new reality, new future human.
And we are multidimensional beings. I just want to go back, and you've mentioned it a couple times during this program, is that James Fox had done this work with the Vargina case and brought one of the doctors forward. But one of the things that Roger Lear, who was the first person to really interview the doctor who was with the being, is he said that this being actually took over his hands and helped him fix parts of the being himself. And then he projected, and again, telepathic is the way it went. And the being said to the doctor of Vargina, overlooking this alien being, right, who's this strange little guy, he felt sorry for human beings because we can do everything they can do, but we don't do it. And then he said, and this is what the doctor, and this is so shocking, really, for a being who's dying on a table to telepathically say this to the doctor, is that we are totally detached from our spiritual side. This is exactly, you can hear Roger Lear saying that actually on one of the YouTube broadcasts. But what I'm saying is that we have that ability. And one of the uniquenesses of who we are, we believe, and other people have said this, like Nigel Connor, that our capacity is so much greater than what we've been using. So the contacts with various levels of intelligence is actually awakening us to our greater potential. And this is what's so important about everything that we're saying today. So we are not just 3/4 dimensional beings. We, at least in the Blue Brain Project from the Swiss universities, have said that we can function, and also our book on remote viewing, 8-dimensional space. We believe some of the aliens are not just functioning in the 3/4 dimension. This has been encouraged by some of the other speakers as well, but at least in the 5th dimension. But they can come into the 3rd dimension. And we can also, in a consciousness way, go into the 5th and the 8th and even what we would call the 12th dimension. These are our gifts. These are our possibilities. Maybe not always in the physical flesh, but in the consciousness reality.
Everything is up for grabs. The whole concept of science is going to take a quantum change in our logic. We've had the opportunity to work behind the scenes for more than 50 years with indigenous elders, with shamans, with social scientists in various parts of the indigenous cultures, and they simply take it granted, a perceptual reality for granted, that we are part of a greater family, a greater cosmic family that's coming back into our time zone to awaken us to the reality that we could take a technological slide towards self-destruction or bootstrap our consciousness and realize we're divine beings in human form and understand our incarnation, why we're here in human form, is to help humanity with all of the positive gifts, not the dualistic divisions, not the narrow-mindedness and the repression of the power and potential of what we call in science the right hemisphere, the multidimensional metaphysical side. So this is a great awakening, a great joy to realize we're so close to this quantum change that Gordon Cooper, astronaut Gordon Cooper, we worked with briefly, said was the leap of faith, the understanding that there is a divine potential within each of us to awaken to divine source.
And one thing I think is important in terms of all the speakers today, a lot of times they said they. Well, they is really many. I mean, there's at least 4 general types of ETs. The Nordics, as they're called, the ones that kind of look like us. We're also out in space. I think that's a little shocking for some people, but it's real. Then there's the Greys, which Whitley Strieber is the one that talks a lot about. And then there's also the reptilians and the insectoids. Now, in your book, Alan, Making Contact, we talk about, in addition to the extraterrestrial, we will classify that as extraterrestrial, we feel there's also extracelestials, and some people would have encounters with them that are, here, but not physically flying in spaceships. So you wouldn't call them
non-physical energy forms.
Right, and they try to guide and help us. Then we believe that there's ultra-terrestrial levels of intelligence, and Dr. Attack's shifting that a little bit to ultra-celestial so people start understanding. So there's many levels of reality. And I think one of the most important parts of reality is the fact that our consciousness field is not local or global, but it's cosmic. And a lot of the other beings that are encountered by people being abducted, are beings in our consciousness field, which means we can tap in, we can be, as Roger Lear was told, equivalent to who they are, even if they're in technology, 10,000 years in advance of us. Where's the consciousness? Our consciousness has a greater ability. In fact, we would go back all the way to the Bible that says that we were first light energies and we had to take on garments of skin. That's why we're so fascinating, from that the aliens want to know more about us. And also many of them are like us and they want to help us. They want us to grow. They want us to develop.
So what's the implications? We need an ontology of hope and joy, and not of fear, not of what I will call a parochial mindset, where we overlook the multidimensionality that is built into the mind as it grows, and it goes through consciousness expansion, as being shown by our colleagues at Stanford Research Institute, various universities in Europe. We began to understand even the metaphysical language of the New Testament when John the Divine speaks of the seventh seal, which is the top of the head in both the Sanskrit traditions as well as the Hebrew Aramaic. It's this whole reality of having a vibratory opening of consciousness, a projection of consciousness, and understanding what that really means, the ability to experience other dimensional levels of the universal mind. I think we're very privileged to live at a time now with our space program, as well as our work in paraphysics and parapsychology, is taking into the inner space explorations, is teaming up. The exoteric and the esoteric are coming together, plus the fact that we as specialists in Egyptology have had the ability to go under the ground in Egypt and realize there's historic documents yet to be understood, that Egypt is a matrix, along with scriptures of ancient Israel, as well as the Far East, of great libraries of knowledge, which are essentially points of experience for world humanity to bring together. So that's the big picture, bringing science and spirituality together. That is the great implication of what comes out of expanded consciousness in the contact story.
So there's much more, Alan. I'm looking forward to the panel of all of us coming together and talking more about who we really are and why this is happening right now, because we are almost at the stage of cosmic graduation.
The bottom line is be hopeful, be joyful for the quantum leap that's coming.
Well, thank you both for your work, for your years of being in the field. Dr. JJ was at the first UFO conference with J. Allen Hynek back in the 70s, I think.
77, Acapulco, Mexico.
Yeah.
Right.
And
so
also
that
John
was
Mack at the first disclosure conference in Washington, D.C., where actually I showed pictures of the 4 extraterrestrial races that are interconnecting with humanity.
all right. Well, come back for after Tara's thing. We're going to have a little overview discussion from everyone and all the central points that they've made. Shall I introduce you again, Tara? As I
Go for it. Please do, Alan. Thank you.
I think so, because, she was there in the beginning and here at the end. And she is actually the one who really thought of doing this whole UAPCon.com. So thank you, Tara, for being here. Dr. Tara DiLiberto is PhD as an academic clinical psychologist, a treatment innovator, a mental health AI startup. So she's starting this mental health AI, I guess, program where you can really tune in to take care of mental health in a very functional, practical way. And you're the co-founder there. You're also an author, speaker, past laboratory manager of Harvard University, and former faculty member of Cornell University Medical College. Your research in the field of psychology has been cited in over 2,000 papers. Amazing. And in major media outlets, Dr. Tara is also recognized thought leader in UAP community and topics of ontological shock and mindful discourse. Thank you, Tara, for being here on this particular panel. And I'm really interested in what you have to say. So come on and do your presentation.
Ellen, thank you so much for the reintroduction. And it's just such an honor to be here with some of my favorite folks, Dr. Sean and Drs. JJ and Desiree Hertak. Really were, were these huge figures in the field that I had kind of hoped to one day meet. And now here we are speaking on a panel together, which is really beautiful. And I had planned talk on what I consider to be the 5 potential stages of mindful disclosure. But after hearing what my very esteemed colleagues had to say, I think I'm going to change my plan here a bit. So we talk about ontological shock and how it's really very earth-shattering to realize that UAP are real and that this is a serious topic being discussed in government settings in Congress and now also in academia. And along with that, inextricable from the phenomena itself is higher consciousness. So you've heard a lot of people here talk about higher consciousness. Well, what is that? So to me, there are these 2 paradigms of physics. Now, Dr. Brophy, who we'll be hearing from later, is an actual physicist, so maybe he can correct my lay assumptions here. But broadly speaking, there's Newtonian physics, where 1 + 1 = 2, and things are rather linear and time moves in a sequential fashion. And then there's quantum physics, where things don't work exactly how we would expect them to if we're using our 5 senses. But what I've come to realize through intense meditations and through experiences at higher states of consciousness and interactions with people who have abilities like the ones that Sean had mentioned, these expanded capacities to sense things that happen outside of space and time or will happen, for instance, is that we really do need to broaden our understanding of what is possible, or at the very least remain humble and agnostic that these things are possible if you haven't had those kinds of experiences. So when I was on faculty at Cornell University's Medical College, I was very much living in this Newtonian paradigm until that suddenly changed. And very serendipitously, I met Alan and he introduced me to his book, Making Contact. And in that book, I read the chapters that Drs. JJ and Desiree Hertak had contributed, and their description of what happens at higher states of consciousness very much resonated for me personally, at which point I realized I really need to adapt my understanding of what's possible. So understanding that we have these various, as Tim Spenny, the co-creator of UAPedia, says, there are these different entry points into consciousness. And I'd like to share this slide that he has created that I think you saw earlier in the in one of the promo videos, that has all of these various bubbles with these phenomena around the outside, and expanded awareness is really what is being accessed through these various portals of entry to consciousness. So for instance, meeting with a medium who is able to talk about your deceased loved one in a way that incontrovertibly indicates that they're accessing information that's not available in the Newtonian world. And psychedelics, meditation, et cetera. These are all different, again, portals of entry to consciousness. Now, UAP are as well, but it's not necessarily so clear as to why that might be. But I think that once we start understanding, as other people have said, Dr. Daniel Bronco earlier, that ETs actually can communicate telepathically, and that we're having all sorts of people who are very legitimate saying that they've had these experiences. We have the Hertaks who wrote a book on the physics of remote viewing, being able to see with one's consciousness. That the mounting evidence suggests that we need to reshape our understanding of reality. And so narrowing in for this particular conference from all of these various extended spaces of consciousness that we can have experiences at, and to talk just about UAP, I put together a white paper that the Hertaks had contributed to that is in the featured articles section of UAPedia. And I'd just like to share once again this my screen to show you what I've outlined is the 5 potential stages of what I call mindful disclosure. So the first is what I believe is the stage that we're in now, which is that UAP as a phenomena have been verified. There we go. But we've had people like Jeff Nusatelli, who we heard from earlier, go to Congress and say, these are real, we've had experiences, now it's on the record. So with that conversation now having happened, we've entered into stage 1. And stage 1 is characterized on the societal level by cognitive dissonance. There's this feeling in the milieu outside of this particular community where most of us here have had experiences and we know firsthand that UAP are real, but there's this sense of people starting to open to the maybe people who totally shut it down are now asking you, hey, what do you think about UFOs? These kinds of conversations are happening. And so at this stage 1, before the other stages unfold, which will cause, I believe, real ontological shock, true ontological shock, it's important to do exactly what we're doing here, which is host these global town halls where we model truth and rigor and calm and curiosity to reduce the anxiety that comes from the uncertainty of not knowing what the phenomena is, and to Dr. Engel's point earlier, to foster a sense of being okay with ontological ambiguity. I really love that. We have to hold various potential truths all together at the same time at this point. So the reason why I had the idea for this conference is because it felt like we're really at the edge of a real awakening in society, and we can kind of get out in front of the ontological shock wave that's coming together. And so as the stages unfold, I kind of see them unfolding in this way. Now, I don't know if this is exactly what's going to happen, but logically from where we are now in stage 1, these are the potential hypothetical scenarios. So the next event that I see potentially happening is either an unequivocal statement, for instance, from the President of the United States saying we are not alone, or the NHI actually announce themselves. So there's some more kind of globally recognized event where everybody potentially can be tuned into this. Now, I don't know if that will happen or not happen. I don't know if it will happen in a cinematic way or in a boring way or in a half-cooked way. I'm not sure. But if that does happen, that's where we would see a real deep kind of identity crisis across humanity, this existential anxiety. And at that point, I think as a psychologist, anticipating that this might happen, what we can do is focus on fear and reducing our fear together. We can teach grounding techniques. I've been building this AI mental health companion for just anybody who's struggling. But certainly if there is a deep existential crisis for humanity, this tool is at the ready to help people cope. And then after that, I think that's the stage where things can get rather ugly, where we're as a collective potentially giving in to these xenophobic tendencies that we have, right? So what we need to do in what I consider to be stage 3 is thinking about what might happen when we realize, like talks have said, that NHI are not monolithic, that there are at least 4 species of ETs interacting with humanity. And we know from Eric W. Davis saying in a government setting that these 4 species are real, that this is a possibility. Dr. Hertog has himself said that just here in this conference that he's seen pictures of these entities. And now when that information that's highly classified goes from a few select individuals to potentially being shown broadly, that xenophobia reaction that we have really might kick in. And so I think at that point, we're going to be challenged as a species to move away from this simplistic black and white thinking, which can activate a deep-seated tribalism and this kind of fear of the other, to really sitting with, for instance, these images and kind of getting ourselves used to them and having these forums to process what it's like to see exactly what they mean, and to hold that ontological ambiguity, while at the same time fostering what psychologists call radical acceptance, which is accepting something that seems completely impossible to accept. I think the word radical is applied to like a lot of different areas these days, like radical candor, or just like radical this, radical that. But radical acceptance truly is radical because it seems impossible to accept that 4 different species of ETs have actually been interacting with humanity since time immemorial, and may have, altered some of the ways that we express ourselves as human beings, or that we grow, or that we evolve. I mean, these potential ideas are extremely difficult. So to radically accept them as possibilities, it will require quite a lot of psychological lift and psychological skill to manage that, which I think a lot of people here have been doing alone for many years, or maybe they're doing this for the first time here in this conference and doing it for the first time in community. So these are the types of skills that we need to name, we need to talk about, and we need to put them out there as possibilities, because I think if we don't understand that radical acceptance and community and facing these concepts with a courage is not a possibility, then we would just collapse into fear and collapse into this ontological shock, rather than facilitating a collective ontology of hope, which is what we want to do. So from there are these different stages that can unfold, which I see happening like this. And I think stage 4, after we get over the xenophobia, stage 4 is potentially one of the most difficult stages for us to cope with, largely on a whole, which is healing the societal betrayal trauma of realizing that potentially life-saving tech, medical tech, transportation tech has been kept from humanity. Now, I don't know if that's true or not true. It seems to be the case, though, after seeing Age of Disclosure and listening to physicists like Hal Puthoff and Eric W. Davis discuss the tech, it really does seem that there is the tech that has implications for climate and global health, the planet health, our health, etc. And if it's true that this tech has been withheld from us, then at that point I see that there's going to be this huge breach of trust with the American people, with the people of the planet. And at that point, I think what would need to happen is that we would need to be focusing on our reparative action. So we would need, for instance, a transparent ethical plan for the stewardship of this technology to act as a therapeutic reparative exercise or experience that can allow us to rebuild some societal trust. And from there, we have the challenge of integrating all of this information and creating a new human story, understanding that our origins may not be what we think that they are, coming to terms with the fact that experiencer stories are real and these things have happened. And at that point, we're going to face the collective challenge of having to re-author our own story as a collective. And so we have our work cut out for us psychologically, but it begins here, it begins with us, and it begins with our community facing these difficult truths and coming to create a new understanding together, and again, an ontology of hope.
Wow, excellent, Tara. Congratulations. That's a great summation. And let's bring everyone on. Yeah, so now that we've kind of set the groundwork, Sean laid out the development, and the Hertogs kind of gave the higher insight, and Tara gave us the psychological preparation. I would like to start at the baseline about implications of the phenomenon, because right now we're talking to an audience that came here. They're interested in this. They love the topic. And how do we talk about the implications for people who have no idea? Like, you know, Sean, you can't start where you are because they have no orientation to that.
Right.
But we do, and we love it because it's
Right.
so important. But how do we approach the mainstream with this, Sean? I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think that's a question we have to keep trying to answer
Mhm.
together. I think there's a lot of different ways to approach it. What I often notice, and you're kind of pointing to this with your comments, that there's a big education gap between folks like all of us here and many of the attendees at this event, because we've
Right.
been engaged with this topic for years, decades, and
Right.
our worldview has like been shattered 4, 5, 10 times in that journey, right? And then for folks
Right.
who are kind of new to this, you know, just what are the like kind of the initial steps? And I think this is why Tara's, you know, presentation of those, you know, different steps is
Yeah.
so helpful, because, you know, let's just start with the crafter reel, right? And let's get our minds around that, right? And let's watch Age of Disclosure or whatever else, right? And then once that we kind of warm up to that, all right, let's talk about the beans, right? Let's talk about the 4 different major categories and all the subcategories. And then once we get our mind around that, right? So I think we got to take it in bite sizes, and, you know, and kind of figure out, you know, and also I think each person's journey is different, right? Like some people
Right.
might be more interested in exploring the consciousness aspect. Some people more interested in talking about the tech and the physics, right? So kind of go where you're most drawn to, because any of those entry points are mind blowing if you go down the rabbit hole, you know. And so,
Right.
let's just hold hands and all jump in the rabbit hole together, and we'll find ourselves in Wonderland.
Well, I think it is a wonderland. It's the most exciting thing happening on the planet. You know, me and the Hertogs have been traveling to city to city, and people just love hearing about the possibilities. So, JJ and Desiree, how do we bring this into mainstream?
Well, you know, I have to say it's not just happening because of us. We have to realize the aliens themselves, and again, multiple aliens, are doing something here to awaken us. So I like Tara's explanation. I thought it was fabulous in terms of how the levels are, first with the government, second. The second could be either, like you said, a president or any president, or the aliens themselves. I mean, people often say, why don't they land on the White House lawn? I mean, that would solve everyone's, you know, problems and things like that. Why are they?
Well, they actually have come over the White House in 1952.
But why are they so hidden? Why don't they just make
Well,
themselves
the ancient
known?
Greek philosophers said, why do the gods hide themselves? Well, the experiment of life is we have to find our own divinity. And
Right.
more to the point, with all of our great panel and colleagues today, is to realize we need a university without walls. We need to use the electronic age to reach more people. Social media has to be brought up to a higher
Well,
level.
which is why UAPedia is so important. And so thanks you guys for
And
doing
we've got really, in senses, we've got fantastic brain power, and we've got the social stimulus within our heartbeat to go beyond the boundaries and the restrictions of only one side of the brain. Again, I'm saying this out of love to all of our panelists. We have to go from the analytical side of the brain to the experiential side. And unless we raise consciousness within ourselves and have multidimensional awareness of non-locality, we're just talking words, scientific formulas, and this is over the heads of 98%
Right.
of people.
So actually, Alan and I always often say what Stan Freeman had said. The reason they're not here is because they don't want to touch us in a certain sense, because we're just a bunch of apes whose favorite pastime is tribal warfare. So that's
Right.
one aspect of it. And the other ones is, why should they, in a sense, influence our evolution? And how can they influence our evolution? I'll just leave it there. So
Well, we'll
we
get to that. But I think, Tara, you've come up with some very good points about preparing the public, preparing those people who have no idea. Those are the ones I call the you know, I told you so people, you know. Like, but so how do you suggest without shocking them? I guess a rude awakening is a rude awakening, but what do you?
Well, this is my idea. I mean, I think there are 2 ways of taking this. So to Dr. Hertog's point, in my own experience, until I was at a certain level of consciousness, I was not able to perceive or be aware of UAP. So
Right.
what I've seen is that when there is a UAP, I mean, clearly in the sky, I'm looking at a disk, right? I'm looking at a disk. I'm looking on Reddit. People are saying there's a disk in the sky. I'm looking at it. They're looking at it. I mean, this has happened before. I have video on my phone and pictures of Reddit to kind of prove it. And then what was happening with that very first UFO sighting that I had is that people around me were like, no, that's always there, or that's a drone or whatever. Like they didn't get up off the couch. And so without being at a certain level of awareness, you just don't see it. It could be right there and you just don't see it. And I don't know how many times I must have been around UFOs and not seen them before I had my experience at a higher state of consciousness, right? So I think that there is a certain portion of humanity that potentially came in with their factory settings able to perceive UAP. I don't think I came in with that factory setting. I think that I developed it over time, or came in with it, lost it, and then refound it. But I think for folks who are not there yet, or maybe will never be there, if this line of thinking is correct, if people, for instance, like the U.S. government or the NHI make themselves known, my sense is that the majority of the public will just be like, oh, whatever, it doesn't apply to me. How is it going to help me pay my taxes? You know, it just doesn't matter. And then there's going to be this other portion where they're on the fence, or, you know, maybe they remember seeing something, but they gaslit themselves or they repressed it. And for that portion of the population, especially for people who are repressing these ideas of fear, I think that there's going to be a lot to unpack. So in my first paper on ontological shock, which is entitled Ontological Hope, thanks to Dr. Hertog's input on that paper, and I can send a link to that. The website is ontolhope.com, and the password's hope. And so in that paper, it's really a clinician's look at how to use evidence-based techniques to actually address an individual therapy ontological shock. And my sense is that there are a few distinct types of people with distinct types of trauma. So for instance, people who in Eastern Europe who have been through war, genocide, have had another group take over, you know, that type of trauma, I think, primes a person to be very scared of ETs or another population. Now, that's unlike the indigenous population of America where colonization happened, but there's a very strong, you know, cultural understanding that star people are real and that there are methods to communicate with star people. So I think that different individuals at different levels of consciousness and different groups based on their trauma or their cultural experiences will have different ability to cope. And so I don't know if we can just say globally, like I told you so. I think it's going to be more nuanced.
No, of course not. But no, thank you for that background. So Sean, you look like you have something to say, but I also have something to ask you. So go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, I think another big piece of like how do we take this mainstream is just by having conversations, right? And, you know, this event is generating conversations. We're having conversations here. It's like I often kind of orient towards disclosure as one conversation at a time, right? You know, just the more I talk openly about my interests, my experiences, you know, my questions, my process, you know, especially with people who I'm kind of a little hesitant, like, do I say something? Like, like the more I just lean into that and kind of open up and generate conversations, I just feel like that's a big part of how we move this forward. So,
But the other thing I want to ask you, because you lay out all these amazing points like everyone else here, we have to reformat what reality is. That's the real implications of the UAP phenomenon. So how do we go about reformatting the nature of reality, Sean?
Yeah, I wish I knew because
no, but you lay it out. You lay it out a little bit there. So,
well, I think part of it's just like doing kind of what I did, and by really leaning into and considering the implications. Like if we really take seriously what experiencers are telling us, what these accounts involve, like we really look at all the different types of data, sensor data, first person reports, and we really like start asking ourselves, what are the implications? Well, the implications is that consciousness plays a bigger role in all this. Mind and mind can interact, mind and matter can interact. That alone is enough to get us going, right? You know, it's like that consciousness is key and it can interact with other minds and with matter. like that's a big shift, right? Like we're still adjusting to that. And I think just really looking at the implications of what people are reporting is enough to keep us up at night.
Right, but it's so big, the implication. I'll
Yeah.
get to JJ in a second. That's the question we need to keep asking ourselves, because that restructures everything we know about the body, what Whitley and Jeffrey Crichton were
Wow.
talking about. And that's so exciting because yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
here's
And
the
then
other thing is that in my work with experiencers and super experiencers, a lot of it comes down to supporting them to just acknowledge what they are experiencing and
Right.
just to be open to it, to integrate it, to kind of, embrace it, to orient towards it. Right. And so I think if all of us can just work towards opening up to what we're already experiencing, synchronicities, little mind-to-mind moments like that, and we start kind of claiming our own multidimensionality little bit by
Right.
little bit, that moves us in the right direction of really seeing how consciousness is key and how we are interacting with other minds and matter on a somewhat regular basis, much more than we
Right.
tend to realize.
Right. Thank you, Sean. That we are in a consciousness revolution, as the Hertogs have said and live. So, JJ, you were going to say something there. Dr.
Well,
Hertog.
what Dr. Daniel Bronk said earlier on the program, and when he had a near-death experience, and then he also felt the experience of floating in the greater cosmic space with the feeling of serenity. This is a key insight that I've heard from many of the indigenous elders, that we have to let go of our fear of death and recognize we're in a transitional period. Humanity is waking up to its own potential, its resources. We know from the report of Dr. Roger Lear, a colleague. And I also worked behind the scenes in Brazil at the University of Campinas when the specimens were brought in. The doctors could not talk, but they talked with their eyes when I queried them as to the specimens. And people realized that the medical community was shaking in their socks. They could not comprehend that they had live visitation taking place that had a completely different cosmology. So we have to have a sense of humility. This is what is missing in large numbers of the scientific community worldwide. There's not a sense of humility towards the other cultures, the other people who may, in a small way, have volumes of teaching to share, but are shut out. They're marginalized because of their cultural situation.
Yeah.
We
That's
have to
right.
be ecumenical, humble, and futuristic. That's possible. It is when you let God and let go.
Yeah, so going back to the Vargina case again, the alien said to the doctor, you have these same abilities. It's really up to us to empower ourselves. And I think we're doing it. I mean, even looking at UFOs, and I know that's one of the reasons we do bring it up, is not that it's not real or real, the fact that it awakens us to the fact that we are also cosmic beings.
And they also stress the fact that we're not spiritually awakened
Right.
enough to
Yes,
understand.
yeah.
So we're interested in the knives and the forks. So we say in the surgery of the specimen, we're not interested in the soul of the specimen.
And that
Right.
goes into remote viewing and our abilities
What?
to tap into that consciousness field on the same level that the alien intelligence are. We are co-equal with most
Yeah.
extraterrestrial intelligence, but we have not developed our inner nature
On the
yet.
capacity of the soul, but it also goes with, we have to overthrow the materialistic worldview, because it obviously does not work within this expanded paradigm. You just can't fit in, even starting with consciousness. Consciousness is only the hard problem if it comes last, but it's the easy solution if you
But
start from consciousness.
But Alan, we can influence the material world
Yes. Well,
by
yes.
higher consciousness. That's
Well, that's
what
the-
we do, right?
Well, that's why we have to
But
transmute.
you don't throw it out. You influence it. You bring it forth. You bring in the
We
energy
can't
from
start there. We have,
No,
right,
you don't
Tara?
start it. You end
We have
there.
to finish, right, Tara,
Yeah.
right? Because that you're a materialist, former reform materialist, right?
I am. I'm a recovering materialist. That's right. I 10 years ago, I would have been ontologically shocked that I would
Right.
be here on this podcast. But I have to say, on the show, but I have to say that it really is I think it's in some ways an individual journey, and maybe this is me thinking about it as a psychologist, and I'm going to say one thing and immediately contradict myself, if that's okay. If we can hold all of
Yeah,
these truths at once. But
absolutely.
for me, the transition from materialist to an experiencer of the collective consciousness was one that involved me getting over my own fears. I first needed to overcome a fear of death, a fear of victimhood, a fear of, I mean, fill in the blank. I mean, pretty much anything. And then once those fears were overcome and I had the tools and the skills to deal with them, then I was able to perceive that which exists at what we call a higher state of consciousness. But from this vantage point, looking back in time, I think that this is the more natural state, and that I was in a cage of fears prior to that. Now, that's not to say that the only way to these higher states of consciousness is to overcome fear. I think it's a very psychologist way of looking at things, right? You know, when you have a hammer, you treat everything as a nail. But fear and overcoming fear is the common element in so much spiritual writing, religious writing, and everything else. But there are ways that, for instance, to get the grace of the guru, to be around a master such as Amma, who has a huge electromagnetic field around you. It's palpable. You can feel it when you are around her, or even a football field away from her, right? And so I think there are these ways to experience higher states of consciousness. But first, it seems to me that perhaps the most fundamental starting point is to overcome fear and to learn how to do that.
Right. Sean, were you going to jump in? Because
no.
But I want to say this brings us back to the idea that humans are infinite. We are, when I teach remote viewing, it's like, how do you get the target that's non-local? Because we are non-local. We are infinite beings, and we're, I would say, magical beings, where there's magic in the world. And when we can reawaken the magic, that's really the implications, I think, of this phenomenon. It's like, you mean we're not alone in the universe? You mean there's other life? You mean there's more to reality than what we've been told with a very limited rational mind? So it's like what John Mack says, we need other ways of knowing, not just that will never, he says, we're never going to understand the phenomenon with the rational mind. We need this other intuitive sense. So it wakes us up to who we really are. That's why I think one of the big implications.
This is why we have the picture behind us of outer space, seeing Mother Earth, to give us the overview effect that astronaut Edgar Mitchell championed. The ability to respatialize the way we look at the universe, really up close at a great distance, but also within ourselves, to realize there's a living universe within our body.
And it's going to be fun to go to places like Arcturus or Orion or the Pleiades or even other dimensions. But it's very important also to realize it's not all about getting off the planet. It's also about transforming and making this planet a better place, or making our humanity a better place.
That's the passport to the cosmos.
Right.
The realization we are being prepared ultimately to be cosmic citizens. In the realization, we must put fear, the ontology of fear and restriction, behind us, and see this as an ontology of hope, of fellowship, of futurism, positive futurism. That's really the bottom line of all of this conversation we're having. But it requires experience, and we must be open enough and humble enough to have this higher divine spark of experience.
So we need a new ontological map, Sean, like a new, how do we begin? I mean, the stuff you've laid out, in the experiencers thing, is sort of a beginning map, but this applies to everyone. Which should be taught in kindergarten, like, you're not just your body. So how would you lay out a map to this larger reality?
I mean, that's a big focus of a lot of my work, and I tend to just draw on a lot of different sources to try and kind of get all the pieces on the table. So currently I'm teaching a course on the cities and the superpowers that Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism, talk about. And so by looking at those traditions and how they understand these expanded human capacities and these different abilities, of telepathy and levitation and, out of body experiences and contact with non-human intelligences. As Jeffrey Kripal said earlier today, like it's all of this is in the religious traditions, right? And so by going back into them and getting reacquainted with how they understand the transformational process, like how do we activate these capacities? How do we integrate them? How do we develop them? How do we expand them? And how do we do that in an ethical way and in a grounded psychological way, an emotional way? Right. So that's one example, is by this kind of comparative method of looking at traditions and the indigenous communities and their cosmologies. When we look at the different types of beings, when you look at the experiencer reports on beings, which is one of my favorite areas, there are at least 8 major categories of types of beings, with ETs just being one of those, right? We have celestials, we have,
Right.
different types of what I call metahumans, like non-physical human beings, or they're physical humans in other dimensions, right? Like there's so many fascinating categories of beings out there. And like by just looking at what's being reported and compiling it and comparing it and kind of pulling out the patterns, we start to see, oh my gosh, this is such a bigger cosmos than we realize. It's so much more dynamic and diverse and
Right.
participatory, and it's just like fascinating. So I think a lot of it's just like kind of this comparative, integrative, multidisciplinary, multi-mode of knowing, like just put it all on the table, right? Let's just like start kind of exploring and remaining open. So it's like kind of ontological generosity, like you're open to many different possibilities, and it's epistemic humility, like you are very humble as a knowing being. So it's like
Mm.
that combination of epistemic humbleness with ontological generosity. It's like just be a kid in a candy store, just like, wow, this is like a crazy amazing multidimensional reality that I'm finding myself in, right? And there's
Mm.
so many different types of beings, there's so many different types of realms, there's so many different types of practices and traditions that can help us
Mm.
become this more
Right.
expanded mode of embodied consciousness, right? It's just
Mm.
like we are wired to be that. We are so, it just like we trip over ourselves and it happens, right? Like it's
Mm.
just so fascinating that it's been so regulated and dismantled and set aside,
Mm.
when it's our
Right.
inherent nature.
Right. I love your enthusiasm, because it reminds me we are the breakaway civilization.
Right.
We could be stuck in this old mold where you can't do anything, you're limited, or you could realize, no, you're not limited. You can be telepathic. You can move objects at a distance. You can change the weather, which Desiree did in Sedona. We
Yeah.
can do these things but there's this, it's like a straitjacket we're in, or we have to break. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
fight. That's so. Yeah, we're making it happen by talking about it. And of course, Dr. Hertog had this really transformative experience. You know about that, Sean? I mean, Tom.
No.
He was shown some of those dimensions that we're talking about. We'll talk to Sean more.
Yeah.
Great.
And actually, yeah, and as we transition, I would just like to say, so Drs. Hertog, as I mentioned earlier, have written about remote viewing and practice remote viewing. And one of the major things that really struck me as by the way, I sat with AI for about 20 hours to understand all of the Hertog's work, and just in summary, I mean, it's so expansive. Dr. J.J. Hertog has not just 2 PhDs, but 11 honorary PhDs. I mean, we're covering a lot of ground.
Well, I think that's what AI said, at least.
That's what AI said, yeah.
2 real ones and a few honoraries, yeah.
A few honorary. So one of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the predictions, or something that you saw, Dr. Hertog, was that there was a hexagonal shape on Saturn in 1973, which wildly was later confirmed by our next guest space probe. So Dr. Brophy, while he was at NASA, built the Cassini space probe, which in 2004 confirmed that there was a hexagonal shape on Saturn. So we can sit here and kind of laugh about these cities, but when we have, a documented case of there being a hexagonal shape on Saturn predicted decades before a space probe that our friend built, it starts to get very verifiable in the 3D. So this is,
and that's
where
the same as Ingo Swann seeing rings around Jupiter.
And that's what we mean by the esoteric and the exoteric coming together.
Well,
the inner micro universe and the macro universe coming together, and we are the thinking membrane in balance and harmonics if we wish to deal with these greater realities.
Let's
Now, if we
take
want
that
to go
point.
back,
Yeah, we have to.
then
Go
we
ahead.
go the
No,
wrong direction. Civilization
no.
goes backwards.
We'll come back to you, JJ. Desiree, but to kind of wrap up, let's take these really wide discussions that we've had here today. But what does the future look like as we embrace this phenomenon, as we embrace this expanded part of who we are as human beings? What does the world look like, Sean, from that perspective?
Very open, very dynamic, overwhelming, exciting, like pretty much every adjective you could imagine. I think it's going to be a wild ride, like put your seatbelt on, keep your heart open, keep your mind open, and like let's jump in together into the deep end, because it's going to be amazing and terrifying and so incredibly wonderfully important.
Well, we are in the deep end. I mean, this
I know.
conversation only can happen if you can swim to the deep
Right.
end,
Yeah.
But, Sean, how can people find you and your work and everything you're doing and exploring? It's so amazing.
Yeah, three main places: the superexperiencer.org website to see the research and learn about that and participate, the cihs.edu website to learn about the PhD and master's program, and then I also teach public courses at metaintegralacademy.com. So those are the three best places to find me. So thanks.
And I'm
I
a
think you're
student
going
of
to go
Sean,
to
so I can verify that the class is amazing. Yeah.
and I think, Sean, I feel like a whole other level coming to you now because of your work and exploration, because it's no longer just putting out concepts. It's the reality that we're living into. That like the telepathy tapes and telekinesis, all the things that are happening that, everyone has the cities. So why not start at kindergarten with this? So I think you'll start teaching elementary school. So anyway, thanks, Sean, for all your work on contributions.
Great to be here with you all.
Thank you. So Tara, how does the future look like to you once everything comes online? We get over the ontological shock. We have the awakening. We're all cosmic citizens. What does that look like?
I mean, I think it looks pretty good. I think just the period of ontological shock, it's a lot. It's not so unlike coming out of an addiction or, for instance, an eating disorder, which is what my background is in, developing eating disorder intervention. So there's an ego trap of fear that keeps people separate from their higher states of consciousness, and that recovery process is ugly. Getting over addiction is ugly. And it is necessary. So I don't think that it's something we should shy away from. I don't think we should infantilize ourselves. To Jeff Nusatelli's point earlier, we're ready. We need to know the truth, and it doesn't matter if it's difficult or disturbing. We deserve to know the truth, and the only way to come into contact with our higher states of consciousness is to face it head on. So I think that it's looking pretty good just after a period of turmoil, but we're here supporting each other through that. And it's okay. It's okay.
It's amazing how many levels humans are at. The ones that don't, like, just sitting on the couch. Oh yeah, you have a UFO out the window. Big deal, right, Tara? It happened to Tara. And the ones that are engaged in a new conversation that's trying to, where else do you want to be but here in the conversation? So Doctors Hertog, JJ, and Desiree, how do you see all this unfolding and coming into a greater future?
Well, I think it's important to realize the future is bright, and that all the ancient teachings, as well as what we're seeing today, says we are not alone. And although there's many levels of contact, many different forms of intelligence, and we have a whole cosmology behind that, but basically we have been given the information to wake up at this time. We really do feel we're coming into that time of graduation. We feel that there's 8 billion people, I should say, on the planet right now, because they know something is taking place, and we can all be part of the change if we see our higher nature and start connecting with who we really are.
Right.
This is the time where we're beginning to understand the words of the Christ figure in the New Testament, who said the Father's house is a house of many mansions. We're beginning to create a new consciousness cosmology that will allow us to graduate and to continue the Adam and Eve story into these other mansion worlds. This is a fantastic time. There will be tragedies, there will be environmental upheavals, culture shock, etc., etc. But we will stay the course because we take the higher path. So, to all of you, let the divine spark within your heart allow you to understand the brilliance of creation, the brilliance of the infinite way that we're part of.
And know that there are forces up from on high that are watching, helping, and always there to guide us.
And the big thing I want to end with is what the ET said to the doctor in the hospital. We don't know who we are. And that's the exciting part. This is why I think the phenomena, whatever that is helping us tap deeper into our full human potential with telepathy and remote viewing, all the things. I mean, telepathy is the language of the universe. And when we develop those skills, those cities, in a sense, we start to expand into our infinite nature. And when that comes online, when everyone's born knowing they're infinite, we can go beyond religion, go beyond dogma, and start to live in these new realities. I'll say that. So thank you all. This is
thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Alan.
It's so exciting, isn't it? I don't know. It's just like something like I can't get enough of talking about this and being part of this. So
and thank you, UAPedia, too.
Thank you, UAPedia. Go to UAPedia.ai. Tara, you're going to stick around, right? And we're going to... I'm
going to stick around. That's right.
And we're going to talk to Dr. Brophy. Sean will be in touch. JJ Hezare. I'm always in touch with them. So thank you. And thanks, everyone, for watching. We're not finished yet, though. Yes,
we're not finished. And also, Drs. Hertog are going to be presenting live at tcche.org in San Diego next week. So I'll be there. Drs. Hertog will be there. Alan?
No, but I will be with the Hertogs at the Conscious Life Expo in LA, February 20th to 22nd. Come CLE at the LAX Hilton. We're going to be talking about remote viewing and the divine nature of the soul and everything. And there's going to be fantastic people at that conference. So I really support that as a way of engaging this conversation on a whole other level.
And you can see where we are at keysofenoch.org. Thank you, Alan.
Right.
Thank you, Tara. And thank Tim.
Right. Okay. And Tara, how do people find you?
Oh gosh, I don't know if you can. Right now, you can check out my work in the consciousness space at inherentlyvaluable.com. That's pretty much all I have right now. I'm really headlong in the tech space, but if you want to see my work in consciousness, inherentlyvaluable.com.
All right, great. But the show's not ending. We have one more very special guest. So Tara, you're going to introduce Tom Brophy, or should I?
Yes, I will. I'm going to introduce Dr. Brophy. And then after Dr. Brophy presents, we're going to have a fireside chat and we'll close out the event. Thank you so much, Drs. Hertog and Dr. Sean. We'll see you all soon and very excited to bring Dr. Brophy on now.
Yes, thank you. Thanks. That was exciting for me to get all these points of view there. There he is, Dr. Tom Brophy. Sean, stick around if you want to. Okay.
Okay. Dr. Brophy, it's so lovely to see you. So for all of you who don't already know Dr. Thomas Brophy, this is his bio. Dr. Brophy is the president of the Institute of Noetic Sciences, or IONS. I'm getting back, by the way. I don't know. Alan,
I hear some of that too. I mute.
There we go. Okay. So IONS actually was featured very prominently in the most recent Dan Brown novel, which is very, very exciting. At IONS, Dr. Brophy integrates scientific inquiry with the exploration of consciousness and human potential. Holding a PhD in physics from UC Boulder, he's worked with NASA, JPL, and the University of Tokyo. His innovative research blends fundamental physics with contemplative practices, and he's a published author. The Mechanism, Demands, and Mysticism is my favorite book that he wrote, and he's also authored numerous peer-reviewed articles and books. So we're very excited to be here with the esteemed Dr. Brophy. Welcome.
Thanks so much, Tara. Hi, Alan. Hi, everybody. It's really
To
nice
see
to
you.
hear.
I also want to say the Institute of Noetic Science was founded by Edgar Mitchell, the sixth astronaut to walk on the moon. After going as far out into space as a human can, he decided to go and study consciousness, go far into space, in the inner space. So you're the inheritor of a great tradition, Thomas. So thank you for being here.
That's right. Edgar Mitchell founded IONS soon after, like just a year after he got back from the moon, and so it's a wonderful tradition. So today,
you're going to present something, right?
Yeah,
you,
yeah. So I was
okay.
going to talk a little bit about the evolution of my own perspective because I think it's sort of a template for what's going on in the scientific community as a whole, and that's one of the things we want to connect with in this process. And then I'm going to use the Wilson-Davis memo as a point of evolution in my own thinking, and its connection to Edgar Mitchell. And then what I'm supposed to talk about, the future of science. So I'm going to try to share screen for some visuals, see if that works.
All right, let's see.
Oh, let's see.
Try it again. Try it again.
Well, we're figuring this out. Yes, the future of science, it is actually very important, right? So we started this event talking about, whether science could examine these phenomena, and it can. And you're the guy that's actually doing it. You're the guy that's the president of the institution that is studying consciousness. And so we're just thrilled to be here with you. And let me know if you're having.
Did you press the plus button, the plus sign below the screen where it says, yeah, there you go. You got it.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Brophy.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. I'm still here, right? Yeah. So myself and AC. BC is before Cambridge. So what does that mean? Okay, so before Cambridge, which was a summit that we had just last October, so like 4 months ago, I grew up hyper interested in esoteric traditions and meditation practices and Zen and that kind of stuff. And then that's really the reason why I went into physics in the first place, to see if what I experienced, the community around me saying that my experiences, I had anomalous experiences of things, and I could see the culture saying that those experiences can't be real because physics, science says they're not real. So that's why in academics I went into physics to see if that was true. And you go all the way through physics, and you find out that's not necessarily so at the end of it. But I got involved in the space program, the robotic space program, and the Voyager 2 probe. I was on an instrument team through the University of Colorado Laboratory for Atmospheric and Space Physics. And along the way, I was also naturally interested in this phenomenon. It's really cool to be on this show with Whitley Strieber because his book Communion came out in 1987 when I was working right in the middle of working on my PhD in physics at the University of Colorado. And he says that thousands of people wrote him when that book came out, and they started out, including scientists and academics, and they started out by saying, well, don't tell anybody, keep this secret, but I had this experience. And I was one of those people. I wrote to Whitley Strieber in response to that book in 1987, and I said something like, keep this secret, because I was in the midst of a physics PhD program. And so now things are evolving. And I'm going to skip ahead to the next slide. See if that works. Okay, the slide forward and back is not working, so I'm going to go out of the slides. Am I live with you, Tara?
I guess we're live together. Are the slides not showing?
Yeah, they screen froze.
Eduardo
and I
is
think,
our tech wizard from UAPedia. Okay, try
I think
sharing
you're
again.
not,
I think we're good to
I
go.
think you're not seeing the slides, right? So I'll just talk, right?
Try sharing one more time, and then if that doesn't work, then we'll just go from there.
Okay, well, it was when I tried to advance that it just froze up, so it'll probably happen again.
All right.
So, Cambridge was a summit event that we had, and I'll use the slides for me and talking points. We had it last October. It was hosted by Anita Goel at NanoBioSim. I'm going to try to share this one.
Okay, yeah, try it again.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
You got it.
There we go.
I won't
Try
go
it.
into presentation mode, so you'll see these kind
Right.
of constructed screens. And
do it manually.
Anita Goel, she's affiliated with both MIT Physics and Harvard Physics and Harvard Medical School and Harvard Business School. So kind of the whole Cambridge mafia and of science. And she had this summit, and we co-sponsored it. IONS co-sponsored it, and I helped Anita design it. And there are at least two Nobel Prize in physics recipients there, and really elite level scientists. And also, Anita, partly through conversation with me, brought to that summit Hal Puthoff and Carl Nell and Avi Loeb. And so there was a little part of this summit on the fifth industrial revolution, which I look at as bringing consciousness into our science and technology of the future. This little UAP contingent. And I had nice conversations with Hal Puthoff at a private dinner afterwards, and he kind of pointed me to two things. He pointed me to the Wilson-Davis memo, and he said something along the lines of he was really happy that it's now in the congressional record. The Wilson-Davis memo is in the congressional record. And so going back to the before Cambridge me, I was very interested in the phenomenon, and I wrote to Whitley Strieber because I thought there was definitely something to the phenomenon, but in fundamentally real to the phenomenon. I thought it was consciousness domain because my experiences were consciousness domain and psychoenergetic experiences like you get through meditation practices. And so I thought the phenomenon was consciousness domain, and I thought this emphasis on the nuts and bolts part of the phenomenon was misplaced. And so that was my perspective point. That was my BC perspective before Cambridge when I met Hal Puthoff, and he pointed me to the Wilson-Davis memo. And also he pointed me to how he really went through efforts to be able to publish some of his science of the physics, articles about the physics of how UAP work in the public domain. Because so much of what he does is behind the secrecy curtain and the disclosure. So he pointed me to those two things. So I really investigated the Wilson-Davis memo when I got back from Cambridge, so this is after Cambridge. And as part of that, I became convinced that there's very high probability that the Wilson-Davis memo, the events described there, are real. And I went back and watched Edgar Mitchell in 2008 on the Larry King live show. On the Larry King live show, big, very widely watched news show in 2008. And now, at this point, knowing about the Wilson-Davis memo and all the details of it and how it was found in Edgar Mitchell's estate after he passed away. And so he certainly had it in his possession in 2008 when he was on Larry King Live. Larry King did a good series on UAP phenomenon and cover up or not cover up. And he had Edgar Mitchell on adjacent to a guy who bills himself as Bill Nye the Science Guy. Apparently doesn't have any advanced degrees, but it went very badly because Edgar Mitchell, he only said something like he talked to, or he and his friends talked to an admiral who said there is this legacy program of crash retrieval, but he wasn't able to get access. And so Bill Nye kind of badgering him and saying like, well, okay, so you talked to an admiral, a big deal. And what did you, and it did not go well. Edgar Mitchell did not come off well at all in that show. And after researching all this, very recently, I realized that he knew, he had the Wilson Davis memo in his possession at that time. And so it wasn't just some admiral, it was Wilson was the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, the person in the government, in the military, who should have access to these programs. And the fact that he was denied really means something important. But he protected in a very patriotic and honorable sense. He protected that information because he knew Wilson didn't want his name out there. So when you rewatch this with Edgar Mitchell, I really had a profound appreciation for the suffering he went through, and a new eye to what's going on with this phenomenon and its disclosure or non-disclosure for the past 80 years. That's why I call it ACE after Cambridge for me. Okay, that's not advancing, but I think I'm still talking here. And so for 80 years, has the scientific community basically been a bunch of chumps? There's this secret program that's very so tightly held that and there's this campaign, very expensive campaign of ridicule going on for the past 80 years to anybody who would express interest in it, and scientists who would express interest in it. And that campaign of ridicule was so effective that it hampered our progress. It hampered our progress in science. Things like progress in things like foundation, progress in the foundations of quantum physics, progress in consciousness, the fundamental science of consciousness, progress in low energy nuclear reactions, cold fusion, extended electrodynamics, graviton electrodynamics, the science, the whole field of psi research, and the integration of physics and metaphysics. And Hal Puthoff, he wrote a little paper on the integration of physics and metaphysics in 2008 that I'm now referring to in a conference coming up. And so, and there also was this Stargate program started in 1972, declassified in 1995. HELP was the head of it at one point, and Dean Radin, our chief scientist, was a worker in the Stargate program, and it basically shows that there is reality to remote viewing. And so this psi phenomena and the UAP phenomena are very closely linked, like some of the speakers today have talked about, and the whole consciousness aspect of the psi phenomena. So my BC to AC transition was from BC, I thought UAP phenomena was real. It pointed to a real aspect of reality that's beyond the physical, non-physical, but real aspect of reality. But I didn't think the physical stuff was real. Now, you got to admit that there is these crash retrievals, and probably with high probability. And so the physical aspect is real too. And so this points to an entirely new domain of science that we need to enter into to understand this and to start to integrate it into our future way of being in the world, and that we've been hampered from making any progress on for the past 80 years because of the absurdly extreme secrecy around the whole phenomenon. And just a little tiny bit of the kinds of new things that come up is Beatrice Villarreal, really wonderful astronomer, was very open-minded to this. She did a reanalysis of old, before Sputnik, Palomar observatory plates, and found thousands of UAP basically in the sky, which it's been peer reviewed, it's been published in Nature Scientific Reports, very good journal, and the proceedings of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, and but it points to there is all these unidentified phenomena in the historical record of these astronomical observatories. So that's just one example of the kinds of things that we'll start to be able to ask, kind of the questions we'll start to be approaching, and that we've been barred from being able to bring into the scientific enterprise. And a quick note about science itself. So science is a method. I want to emphasize that science is a method. Science is not a story or a perspective. It's presented as a story or a perspective that the world is, the universe is only material, the reality is only material, but it's not really. Science itself is a method, and it's a method with three strands: injunction, apprehension, intersubjective validation. And injunction is what scientists traditionally call a hypothesis. Apprehension is do the experiment, test the hypothesis. Intersubjective validation is publish it, repeat it. But if you expand that to injunction, apprehension, intersubjective validation, you can see it's been going on for thousands of years. And the ancient meditative yogic traditions of cities and how cities work followed this scientific method. So we need to go back to the fundamental scientific method, and that will help us transcend the materialist paradigm. Because science isn't the materialist paradigm. It's a method that helps us find out whatever reality it really is. And in modern quantum physics, for example, there are things that happen that are not explainable. They're not understandable at the rational stage. This is just in basic physics experiments, and which logically it contains things that happen in the real world in actual terms, where A is not A at the same time. That's the Schrodinger's cat dilemma, where the cat is alive and dead at the same time until you look at it. And also things where the future affects the past in quantum physics experiments. And that one's really hard to grasp. And so they're like a Zen koan already. Zen koan, or trans-rational stage cognition is required to even approach them, and like speakers have already talked about today. So that is there in physics already, but it's been swept under the rug. That's the just shut up and calculate approach to physics, that quantum physics that's been going on ever since quantum physics was discovered 100 years ago now. Because if you think about it, you can't solve this at a logical stage. That's why the foundations of quantum physics have never been solved, because it's not solvable at the rational stage. But that doesn't mean it's not solvable. Just like a Zen koan is a question that's not solvable at the rational stage, but it is solvable at the trans-rational stage. So I have a really short time. So we're at a point. Are we going to be the last island of the savages? About 25 years ago, there was a paper published in American Scholarly Journal about this island, North Sentinel Island, where the people are so remote that they essentially have not been contacted till modern times, and they repel contact. And missionaries for decades, off and on, have tried to contact them. They're dangerous, some of them get killed, and when they give gifts or donations, the people kill the gifts if they're alive, or bury them, and maybe use something if they're useful. So it's kind of a metaphor for what seems to be going on with us humans and this phenomenon, and especially the crash retrieval part of the phenomenon, which is the ultra secret, apparently undisclosed, still undisclosed legacy program. Okay, I think I'm a little bit over time, actually. Are we going to go to a panel discussion?
All right.
You.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. Hello.
All right.
That was
Thank you.
wonderful. Dr. Brophy, thank you so much. there's so much to unpack here. There really is. And really, go ahead, Alan. Sorry.
No, I just want to ask the Wilson Davis memo is so important because it was kept in Edgar Mitchell's files. When he died, they went through it and found out this guy, Admiral Wilson, tried to get access to the UFO documents and he was denied. And he says, look, I'm a whatever 5-star admiral. How can you deny that? And he kind of woke up to the fact that there was this whole hidden space development going on. And Edgar Mitchell knew that, but he couldn't talk about it, right?
Right. And Wilson was not just an admiral, not just a 5-star. He was in the office of the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. And so that is the office that is charged with overseeing all of the secret stuff. And it is the way that the U.S. government has of monitoring all the secret programs. So if it's kept from him, that's like illegal. So
yeah, it's well, who's in the legacy program? I mean, I don't think. I mean, maybe Hal Puthoff knows, but he's not saying. But he's a great guy. I like Hal. But how do we get to the bottom of this? And so, and the physics that's involved with whatever's propelling these crafts. What do you think, Tom?
I don't think we can get to the legacy program. I've never been done secret classified stuff, so I'm not in it. And but I think we can. I think one of the things the phenomenon does for us about the future of science is it points us to, oh my gosh, we should look at this stuff, like the stuff that Hal Puthoff has published in peer-reviewed physics journals publicly. Instead of calling him a pseudoscientist, if you go to his Wikipedia page on Hal Puthoff, it'll say Hal Puthoff is a pseudoscientist. He's not. He's a very respected physicist, and I'm sure it was put there as part of the secrecy effort.
Which, by the way, is part of the reason why UAPedia wanted to create UAPedia, right? Because there are these falsehoods on Wikipedia saying, for instance, like Hal Puthoff is a pseudoscientist. So this effort of UAPedia came in part because of these issues.
Yeah, good for Wikipedia.
So, Tom, you're a
UAPedia.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. Yeah, I just had to jump in there and back up.
But you're a scientist, Tom. That's your basic background, right, Thomas? Is that you're coming from a science base?
Yes. So physics.
Physics. So, what do you make of how do you propose? And from a scientific point of view, these vehicles are moving through time and space, or wherever they're coming from. I mean, what physics do we need to know, do you suppose? I mean, you're not involved in the legacy, but what do we need to know that will revolutionize the world here?
Well, there's a few things we can do. Some of them are being done, like Beatrice, the Villarreal, the astronomer, astrophysicist who just looked at old pre-Sputnik, before humans put anything into orbit, data that we have in the sky, and found that there's a lot of evidence, a lot of data apparently of them. So there's whole new fields that can be looked into. And her paper was published this 2025. It would not have been published just a few years ago because of the stigma of the whole topic. So that's just one example. There's all sorts of, I think there's all sorts of examples like that in the field of psi research that IANS is involved in. It is approaching a scientific approach to telepathy and phenomena generally, and so there's that aspect. And Avi Loeb is doing another kind of observational approach. So I think we just have to let the legacy program be there. It's great that they have these whistleblowers who are starting to bring out some awareness into it. We clearly, if the Director of Defense Intelligence say we can't even get access to it, we can't. So it's going to be up to them or the phenomenon itself, being those who are in the legacy program. Or, like Hal Puthoff, he said on these recent documentaries, and Eric Davis of the Wilson Davis memo, who's Hal Puthoff's science partner, they've said if they're given immunity from the non-disclosures that is, and they will tell us whatever they want to know. Whatever. So
That's what we need.
The question
We need,
is,
yeah,
in
go
a
ahead.
way, like who's giving that immunity, right? Because it's not actually clear, who is the gatekeeper to that, and so it's a pretty complicated issue, complex issue. And Danny
well,
Sheehan,
Mhm.
the noted lawyer constitutional lawyer, is really trying to get to the bottom of this with the New Paradigm Institute. So if
Well,
someone's
Eric
heard Danny
Davis
Sheehan,
said, Eric Davis said if the president of the United States would give him immunity, he'd be able to tell everything. He just said that in a Twitter response, but that's not going there. I don't think that's going to happen because, of many political reasons. So we need a people's movement, which is why I think the Institute of Noetic Science is so important, because we're talking about consciousness.
yes,
Even
absolutely.
even disclosure is just going to give us information, but how do we integrate this, Tom, and the Noetic Institute into
Right.
an understanding of human beings?
Right. We absolutely have to do public science, and sure, if they want to disclose whatever the secret stuff has been, great, and especially just the fact that there is actual hardware apparently associated with this consciousness phenomenon, that would point the whole scientific community to an entirely new domain of phenomenon to study. And I think we scientific community would make huge progress in this new domain if it was public. I think we've been held back from progress from this very important domain of science because of that extreme secrecy. But there's a lot we can do publicly, so we should do what we can do, and keep expanding the awareness and keep removing the stigma, like the summit we had was a step in removing the stigma, because we had both. The traditional, there was some friction. There was traditional minded Nobel Prize winning physicists there, as well as I helped put on. So there was definitely some friction, but just having things like that, more and more of them, to remove the stigma. There's still a lot of stigma to actually do serious science in this field, but more and more remove the stigma, and more people like Avi Loeb, like Villarreal, actually doing what we can do with the domain is one of the very important bits. And ions, of course.
Yeah, Tara, go ahead.
Well, my internet's choppy, so I'm going to do the best that I can. But it's so interesting. So I spoke earlier, and Thomas, you know this from knowing you personally, that when I was in my academic role in the ivory tower, I read Dean Radin's work, and I just didn't believe it. I actually was finding fault with the methodology and picking it apart, and I knew that in my mind, I knew that the methodology was sound, but I just would focus on the limitations because I couldn't wrap my mind as a scientist around what I was reading. It was only until after I had my own experiences that I was able to understand the science. So how do you see us overcoming in the field of science generally that bias that happens? We'll call it consciousness level bias, right?
Yeah.
How do we get around
the bias, the stigma, the taboo? And one of the reasons for it is we don't have a theory for how these phenomena happen. That's why everybody talks about ontological shock, because the assumption is that that our kind of ontological basis of most people is that these phenomena can't happen. They're impossible for psi phenomena to happen. And so that's why people have, like you said, Tara, when you were a conventional minded academic, there's lots of papers out there, lots of psi research data, but so much of the community just doesn't read it. And they even will publish things like, well, that seems to be good data, but it just can't be true, so we're not going to do it. So that it just can't be true attitude comes from not having a theory. So in our new strategic plan, we put in a new pillar to develop and gather and identify theories that can sustain psi phenomena and actually just sustain the existence of consciousness and the fact that consciousness does interact with the physical world, to develop a expanded ontological foundation for science itself. So then if we had that, people wouldn't have ontological shock and wouldn't have the stigma about it. But it's going to be difficult to do because these phenomena, we know from even just from basic physics experiments that things happen that are not explainable at the rational stage, not at the rational and locally causal stage of thinking. So, like Anton Zeilinger, who received the Nobel Prize last year in physics for entanglement phenomena studies.
Right.
Long ago, he said something like, "When we have this new theory that will finally explain what happens, what is really going on in quantum entanglement, we still don't have a theory for that. That's the foundation of quantum mechanics. We still don't have a theory for the measurement problem." Well, he said, when we finally have a theory for that, it will be so strange that people complaining about quantum physics now will long to have it back. You can see that it's going to be so strange because you can't explain these phenomena at the strictly rational and locally causal stage of thinking.
Right, but that's what's so frustrating, Thomas, about science. You need the theory to prove that it's there, but let's accept the fact that it's here, UAPs are here, and get the theory later, because if it can exist, it doesn't exist, and we don't want to know about it, is the idea of materialistic science, because there's no theory to prove it exists. But it exists. That's the thing. Let's form the cognitive awareness around existence instead of trying to disprove the existence by not having a theory. It is so backward, embarrassingly backward for science.
Yeah, but both are needed. The experience and the theory are needed. The theory is the ontology. So they're both needed.
Theory until we know that, until we have something that exists. I mean, you can't deny the existence. Like Bud Hopkins used to say, the job of science is to investigate the unexplained, not to explain the uninvestigated. That's what it comes down to. So,
yeah,
right.
But science is a process of discovery, and that means discovery and understanding. Science isn't only an enterprise of pure empiricism. It should be radical empiricism. That is, include all of the empirical data, including UAP phenomena experiences, which are now excluded. But the theory is important too.
Yeah, but the theory comes after you see the phenomena, you form a hypothesis, right, to explain the phenomena. But
Ellen, I gotta disagree with you. Theory does not come after. It goes together. Because if you just said, all we are is passive, unthinking, we're just passive, unthinking experiences of the world, never think about it, then we would never make any progress.
No, we can think about it, but I mean, say, let's accept the experience as is without trying to fit into an established theory. Do you think that's fair? Or we need, you're saying we need
absolutely. A theory? We need an entirely new category of ontology. Yeah.
But we can't get there if we deny the experience. We have to accept it, right?
Stepping back, I think what's really interesting is that there are two things going on here and two worldviews, right? So the scientist sets out with a hypothesis to then test it and then gets a fact and then, holds that fact lightly in the context of limitations of the study and a theory, right? That's what a scientist does. From the experiencer perspective, right? You have an experience and then you try to make sense of it retroactively. Right. But we need both, right? And that's what this summit really is about. It's about bringing the experiencer experiences forward and data forward, and not gaslighting and not rejecting it, but holding these points as true while bringing in the scientific minds. And I really do think that we need both, because there's been such an over-reliance on government disclosure. Like, we're children wanting our parents to tell us if something is true or not. We're not, I don't believe, going to get the full picture from the government, right? So here we are.
To do in the public domain, yeah.
Well, I agree with you, Tom. We need both, but where are we going to start? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Do you
well,
start?
I want to add something.
Okay, go ahead, Thomas.
Both of you in a lot of ways, and I want to add something also. The experience, the profound experiences, they can inform the scientific method. You can say, okay, well now I want to devise an experiment and a hypothesis to test if other people can have the same experience and validate the whole phenomenon that way. But there might be some problems with that, because in a sense, these might be essentially unique experiences, like that, and that can connect with the whole foundation of quantum physics. But the collapse of a wave function is a unique process. All we can know is the probabilities of them, and some of these experiences might be rare. Like we all have the experience of birth, and we all have the experience of death, but they only happen once. It's hard to do experiments on death, right? You can't say, okay, now I'm going to die again and test if I had the exact same near-death experience. So there are things that happen that are very important, but they aren't amenable to the classical physics type of repeatability. So that's another.
Right.
We don't want that to rule out.
Classical physics can only get us so far. Let's say the UFO experience. There seems to be repeatable patterns that appear even in the near-death experience, right?
So from a scientific perspective, so what you're talking about is a naturalistic occurrence. So things occur naturally. When we were repeatable in science, we mean that we're conducting a study that is repeatable. So I mentioned it in the opening talk with Jeff Mixatelli, but suicide is actually a similar phenomena in that it's what we call a low base rate behavior. So we can't predict it. We can't have a replicable study to study it. But like death, or like seeing a ghost, or like seeing a UAP, to some extent, suicide is the same way. So we can use similar methodologies that we have to study low base rate behaviors in this field of consciousness. But what I'll say is that we can also, though, if we think about the individual state of consciousness and the individual state of consciousness being linked to a phenomena, we actually can start to measure it. So for instance, we know that Hindu practices, puja practices, are part of CE5 protocol. So you actually can measure the degree to which, for instance, practices, would produce an event, and who's doing that practice, and where they are in their development. All of these things actually are measurable and potentially repeatable with the right scientific methods.
But I think scientific method freezes things in place. Let's study the river by taking a bucket out of the river. We need to look at things as phenomena as it is. So if there's people having an experience and there seems to be repeatable patterns to that experience or to the near-death experience, then maybe it's not science in your case, but it may present facts or provable aspects that this is a phenomenon.
Oh, we can detect patterns retroactively for sure, retrospectively. So all of this is measurable.
Like the project Sean Eastburn-Huggins is doing, and Jeffrey Kreitfel in this program today are in this kind of category too. And there may also be aspects of the phenomenon that are even further out. They're even harder to get to any kind of repeatability.
Absolutely.
Which may be real too.
Right. And so just to kind of bring us to a close, because we've already gone over time, but it was so worth it, right? This discussion was so wonderful. To think about how ions is really at the forefront of studying so many different areas of consciousness, including UAP, is very heartening, because I think a lot of us science together have not really had a resource, or maybe people are not aware of ions. So please, if you haven't checked out ions already, do so. It's a beautiful, wonderful organization doing really very high level science around very important, difficult, and topical areas. So,
well, maybe Thomas could tell us Thomas, tell us what ions is working on now.
Well, like Tara said, we have I think the science team has like 20 projects going. And so they're just all at the forefront of psi research, and now we're doing more fundamental science of consciousness itself, and we're doing a new category of interest in this ontological question. Ontologically, how can we create the theoretical framework, the framework in which people and other scientists won't have ontological shock and stigma about this this whole category of phenomena, and that can connect with the global mind change process that the first president of IONS, Willis Harman, said that we need, and that's a part of the next 50 years of IONS.
Wow. Well, it's such an important organization. How do people find it online, Thomas?
Noetic.org.
Noetic.
Noetic.org.
Right. Well, thank you, Tara. Any closing remarks?
Just that it's really an honor, a pleasure to be here with you, Alan, and with you, Dr. Brophy, discussing these important topics. I think that so many people need this conversation. Maybe they're not even aware that they need this conversation. But if we're going to be scientists in this space and reporters like you, Alan, in this space, we need to be reflecting the reality of what's happening. And as a scientist, I think going into any field, you think like, okay, I'm going to be open and I'm going to study these exciting things and discover new facts. And you can find yourself mired in the institution, and rather than it be a free thinking place, academic institutions are actually a rather limiting space cognitively. And so to be outside of mainstream academia, where there are so many limiting constructs, IONS can do so much work. And then we have Dr. Jeff Kripal in Rice University at the Archives of the Impossible doing amazing work as well. But that, I have to say, that must be tough for him. I'm glad.
I think he loves it. I think he.
I bet he loves it too. But culturally, it's Dr. Bronco was in these institutions as well, and we face stigma. And so, Dr. Brophy, for you to be the president of this organization that's doing this very exciting science, it's very hopeful. We've been talking a lot about an ontology of hope, and I was ontologically shocked being in academia when I understood how limiting it was. And now I think IONS provides me ontological hope, knowing that there are really truly groundbreaking scientists, scientific minds doing this work out there. So thank you for being here. It's always an honor and a pleasure. And this event was just it was wonderful to do, and I'm so proud of UAPedia for doing the work that they're doing to get the truth out there as an alternative to Wikipedia, where there's this this almost like a this misinformation happening there, right? So for UAPD to be a grassroots community effort to put the truth out there, this is what science is really about. This is what reporting is really about, which brings me to our closing comment here, which is we're doing this again. We're doing a second UAPCon in Q2 of this year. We're going to have Linda Moulton Howe join us, and Ian Halling, who works very closely with her at Earth Files, and some other really amazing guests in the reporting space, in the journalism space, whether it be documentarians or people that have been on the History Channel, some of our friends on Ancient Aliens. What we want to do is again bridge the experience report with really accurate and high integrity work in the journalism space.
Definitely.
So,
well, Tara, I want to thank you. I want to thank Thomas Brophy for capping it off, because IONS, Institute of Noetic Science, is such an important organization to lead us into a kind of future ontology. They are at the cutting edge. I want to thank, of course, everyone who's been watching for the last, how long has it been? 5 hours and more.
We've had about 1,000 live viewers, by the way.
Wow. And I'm going to rebroadcast on my New Realities YouTube channel, youtube.com/New Realities. Of course, we have to thank Tara. Tim Spenny and Eduardo Mace for being the geniuses behind putting UAPedia together, UAPedia.ai and UAPCon.com, putting this whole thing together. It takes a team, takes a village to create something like this. And all the fantastic people that have spoken here today, it seemed like, could that have really been 5 hours? I think we just started. But the information here was really valuable, something I'm going to watch again and again. I encourage everyone to watch it again. Leave your comments. Go to uapedia.ai. Leave your comments there. Join the community. It's like a guild. Contribute and add your insights, because this is a community project. We're never going to really understand this until like everyone's participating with their experience, their understanding, and how to move into a new future. So, Tara, thank you for the genius of creating this event. Really.
Oh, thank you so much, Alan. It felt that we needed to do this, right? We're ready. We need to talk about this. The academics need to come out in the open and really usher in this new phase of looking at these phenomena from a scientific perspective, from a grounded perspective, and as Dr. Herzog says, with an ontology of hope. So thank you all so much. We've had almost, actually, I was corrected, almost 1,800 people viewing live.
Oh, that's great. And thank you know, and thank the people who supported, like Holly Ann Wood in England, and all those people, Nick and Holly, and all the people on all the channels there. If you want to find Tara, you'll be at TCCHE next week in San Diego. We'll be at Conscious Life Expo in LA. I'll be at the New Living Expo, but also in March, come to Sedona for the Sedona Ascension Retreat, which is March 20th to 22nd. A lot of great people. Diane Hennessy of the Telepathy Tapes, Chris Blutzo, and lots of fantastic speakers there. So.
And last but not least, if you want to join UAPedia, you can go to uapedia.ai/request and fill out a form there. Just letting us know what you're interested in, how you'd like to contribute to this community. By the way, we did this whole event without paying any speakers. This was completely a voluntary community effort. Everybody wanted to contribute because they feel and they know that this is such an important topic. And so it really is a grassroots community at uapedia.ai and here at UAPCon. Dr. Brophy, thank you so much again for contributing so generously.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you all so much.
And
thank
you, everybody.
Thank you, Tom. I love agreeing to disagree, because that's how perspectives expand. So thank you for all your work and insight. Thanks.
Until next time. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.